All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 16th, 2026, baby. Halfway through January, and unfortunately, you don't have much in store for today. We're going to wrap up this week. We're going to kind of deal with the drama from Monday. I think that was the biggest thing you got. There's a couple of major themes from Run It Hot all the way down to the Russell. You even saw a lot of things happening with the metals, but now we are going to be getting ready to wrap up or get started on earnings season, and that is going to lead to a couple of different effects. You actually have a lot more on the calendar next week, and really we have a holiday on Monday, so today is going to be an interesting setup. You saw a lot of things yesterday, so maybe you could use that as a template, but my friends, I think it's still going to be a good day, so Chatadonia. Let me get a good morning. Yo, even I need an adjusted good morning, too. You better drop them GMs right now, dog. GM? Ford? No, good morning. Good morning. What up, baby? What up, Battleborn? Farmer Jim, K, Chad, Cleveland, AP, Mr. Weber, PNC. Oh, good morning, Mr. Morton, KZ Proof. I feel like I'm missing something. Where's my music in the background, bro? Oh, man. Wait, Jerome Powell? What? Oh, Jamie. Oh, never mind. Jamie Dimon looked like Jerome Powell. What up, Misa? What up, AP? How you doing? Hold on. I need to get this started, man. So you got time for your adjusted good morning, too, bro. I'll tell you when we get this popping a little bit. There's a reason why. There's a couple of major there you go. Run it hot beautiful. All the way down to the beautiful. There's a reason why I was about a minute or two late here today. I'll explain it to you. Well, good morning, baby. There it is. Yuli, Gazzo, Diverian, Mr. Andrews, Uriah. What up, baby? What up, Arias? Hey, Pay. How you living, man? Good morning. Daniel in the Lions Den, baby. Hey, man. What up, Drift? What up, Tim Whitman? What up, Hustler? What up, Chapato? It's Mums, Nyla, Investor, Ivy, right, Chris, baby. Mr. River Nader, Mr. Sandman. Good morning. What up, Rick? What up, YMB? That's Swappy, GG Liquidity, Humble Business, Namir. Good morning, baby. How you doing? What up, Lost One? What up, Generation? Oh, y'all ready to go. So God bless you, chat. God bless America. God bless you, baby. So let's have a good one. Good mythical morning. Ooh, that's a good one. Good mythical morning. Well, here's Josh AI with the news. He's a square. Do they still call people square? I've been watching too much 60s stuff, man. Good morning. Here he is.
Trade/tariffs. Like U.S. and Taiwan reach trade deal. Tariff rate lowered to 15% from 20%. Taiwan to expand U.S. financing by $500 billion. FT Reuters. TSMC CEO says company will try to speed transfer of advanced expertise to U.S. Leading-edge tech will remain in Taiwan. Bloomberg. U.S. set to press allies to reduce dependence on China's critical minerals. Bloomberg. Chinese AI firms say they can't overtake U.S. without better chips. Link. To incur higher costs for advanced AI chips from U.S. SCMP. China emerges as global leader in patents for robotics and physical AI with Baidu, Huawei, and Tencent topping rankings. Nikkei. China's emerging AI chip producers tout progress in helping country meet self-sufficiency goals and dependence on NVIDIA. Nikkei. American Chamber of Commerce in China survey shows companies more upbeat about China following trade truce. SCMP. PM Carney says Canada and China form historic strategic partnership to leverage mutual strengths. Reuters. FT. Japan to assist ASEAN nations developing local language AI tools in bid to ease reliance on China. Nikkei. Geopolitics. Trump delays decision on striking Iran while consulting domestically and with allies on timing and impact. Axios. Link. European nations deploy troops to Greenland amid ongoing pressure from Trump to assert U.S. control over the territory. Reuters. Denmark and Greenland lobby U.S. lawmakers to block Trump's bid for Greenland control. Bloomberg. Reuters. France cautions that any U.S. attempt to seize Greenland could jeopardize broader EU-U.S. trade relations. FT. Venezuela's Machado gives Trump her Nobel Peace Prize. White House reiterates she does not have support to lead. Reuters. FT. Washington. Trump's freewheeling policies are reshaping corporate America into state capitalism. FT. White House wants nation's largest power grid operator, PJM Interconnection, to hold emergency auction in which tech companies would bid to have new power plants built. Link. Trump urges Congress to pass measures lowering drug prices, premiums, and increasing cost transparency. Axios harm Politico. Republicans reject Trump's proposal for 1 year 10% cap on credit card interest rates. The Hill. Bipartisan talks in Senate on extending healthcare subsidies on shaky ground. Politico. U.S. proposal could tax sovereign wealth funds' U.S. investments, hitting private capital backers. FT. Senate banking chair Scott postpones Senate banking vote on digital asset legislation titled the Clarity Act. Politico. Trump threatens to use military to quell unrest in Minnesota. Reuters. Central banks investigation into Powell complicates Fed chair race. Trump wants loyalist. Senators demand independence. Link Bloomberg. Fed officials signal intent to keep rates on hold amid signs of labor market stabilization and above target inflation. Bloomberg. Fed researchers say central banks face tensions between balance sheet goals of small size, low rate volatility, limited intervention. Bloomberg. Some in BOJ see possibility of rate hikes sooner than markets expect. Reuters. Next hike seen by July. Bloomberg. BOJ's Wada Not Part group of central bankers voicing support for Powell, signaling desire to avoid entanglement in politics. Nikki. ECB's lane sees rates on hold through 2028, but new shocks could upset the outlook. La Stampa. Economy. IMF chief says upcoming growth forecasts will demonstrate resilience against disruptions from global trade tensions. Reuters. China GDP and activity data forecast to show economic slowdown deepen through Q4. Bloomberg. New Zealand manufacturing activity hits highest since December 2021, adding to signs rate cuts spurring economic rebound. Bloomberg. Corporate. Judge denies OpenAI and Microsoft dismissal. Elon Musk's claims proceed to jury trial. Bloomberg. OpenAI seeking partners to help it expand into consumer devices, robotics, and cloud data centers. Bloomberg. AI coding startup Replit nearing deal for $400 million funding round, tripling its valuation to $9 billion. Bloomberg. Bank CEOs bullish on outlook for M&A and capital markets activity after record $134 billion trading revenue last year. Bloomberg. Reuters. Bank dividends and buybacks totaled more than $140 billion in 2025, topping record set in 2019. Bloomberg. Axios. Netflix strikes deal to stream Sony films once theatrical run is completed, expanding on earlier agreement. Reuters. Intel's rally signals investor optimism about Foundry wins, putting it back into the AI trade after 2024. Bloomberg. Verizon cleared to buy Frontier for $9.6 billion after concessions to California regulators. Link. UK regulator approves up to 7.2 milligrams per week Wegovy for obesity, boosting Novo Nordisk shares. Reuters. Rio Tinto Glencore tie-up may need asset sales to satisfy China's competition and resource security concerns. Reuters. Porsche deliveries fell 10% in 2025 due to weaker China demand and model cuts. Link. Chinese regulators warn severe penalties for automakers after new round of defiant price cuts. Bloomberg. Markets. LSEG Lipper data shows global equity funds saw biggest weekly net inflow in 15 weeks. Reuters. Yen faces upcoming risks from BOJ meeting, potential snap election, fresh intervention warnings. Bloomberg. Overseas holdings of U.S. Treasuries hit record high in November. Bloomberg. South Korean officials may consider macroprudential actions to stabilize currency if necessary. News is. China exchanges taking measures to curb high-speed trading advantage. Bloomberg. Energy. Trump and Northeastern governors push emergency wholesale electricity auction to have tech fund new plants. FT. Bloomberg. Trump's first Venezuela oil sale awarded to a megadonors company after White House meeting. FT. Trump officials vow to keep all coal power plants operating, set aside up to $525 million to upgrade or build plants. Bloomberg.
Bloomberg. There's more. S&P futures there by 0.1 Friday morning trading after U.S. equities finish higher, but off of the best levels on Thursday. Small caps, high beta, momentum, and growth among the best performing factors. AI and IBs also among the bright spots. Treasuries a bit weaker with the curve steepening. Yields up 1 to 3 basis points. Dollar is down by 0.1. Gold is down by 0.5. Silver down 4.4. And Bitcoin down 0.2 with WTI up by 1.2. No big directional drivers in play to end the week. Big theme developments as of late has revolved around broadening out in small cap cyclical outperformance, better growth sentiment, high bar for Q4 earnings season, White House affordability push, geopolitical uncertainty, Fed independence concerns, stretch sentiment, and positioning indicators that have still elevated retail impulse. Pretty quiet in terms of news. PNC, actually, wait, we got data. December industrial production, January NHIB, economic data out this morning. Also features comments from Fed Bowman Jefferson, caps off a busy week of Fed's quiet period. Next week on the economic calendar, you got PCE on Thursday and flash PMIs on Friday. Highlight is the SCOTUS decision that could also come early next week. As far as the other news, PNC beat and guided ahead of consensus. MTB, EPS beat, but full year 26 NII and fee income midpoints below the street. RF, EPS miss, guided Q1 NII for LSD decline. STT, EPS, and NII, NIM all beat, but focus on higher expenses. After the close on Thursday, JB Hunt earnings beat on intermodal upside, though there has been some disappointment. The company did not boost cost savings. Outside of earnings, JP Morgan Diamond said he wants to be the CEO for at least 5 more years. Walmart said Catherine McLean, CEO of company's international business, is stepping down. Ford reportedly seeking several battery suppliers following report they're in talks with BYD. WS to acquire metal processor KCO for $2.4 billion in cash. And that's it. That's it. Oh my goodness. Oh, today. Yeah, you don't have much today, brothers. I got a couple of things for you, and we got some pre-market movers. Don't you worry. But still, I hope you have fun today. I hope you do. ASTS, they're up 7.2, awarded prime contract for U.S. Missile Defense Agency IDIQ SHIELD program. I have a lot more data on this that I'll have with you on the document. Sale is up by 3.7, NVO 3.6, UK MHRA approves maximum dose of 7.2 milligrams per week of semaglutide, Wegovy. Myrna up 3.4 in reaction to Artbus Biopharma's European patent. Figure up 1.9, 3.1, CPNG up 2.9, Deutsche Bank upgrade, BNTX 2.9, Goldman upgrade, PNC 2.8 earnings, BE up 2.7, Rocket Lab 2.6, Morgan Stanley upgrade, Grab up 2.5, HSBC upgrade, ETN 2.3, HSBC upgrade, Honeywell up 1.6, JP Morgan upgrade, IBRX up 10, advances first line BCG native NMIBC program with enrollment exceeding expectations. ONDS up 5.1, preliminary results and guidance ahead of Investor Day. Fly up 2.7, Morgan Stanley price target increase 33 to 27. Yeti up 2.6, KeyBank upgrade. CC up 2.2 to sell remaining land and former titanium dioxide manufacturing location in Taiwan. Voyage up 2.0, Morgan Stanley price increase. Planet Labs up 1.8, discloses issuance of earnout shares, vesting of certain sponsor shares. ACCL up 57, CGTL up 17, Play up 5.1, benchmark upgrade. Select power stocks higher and reports a possible emergency PGM backstop capacity auction. Semis broadly higher, nuclear trading higher, trading lower. QXO down 6.5, 750 million common stock offering. Preliminary Q4 results. RF down 4.1 off earnings. JB Hunt down 3.9 off earnings. HPQ 2.7, Barclays downgrade. STT down 1.7 off earnings. Logi down 1.1, Barclays downgrade. MTB down 0.8 off earnings. KMTS down 13, MOS down 4.6. Q4 updates include preliminary potash and phosphate sales volumes. SOC down 3, MGM down 2.1, Morgan Stanley downgrade. TMHC down 1.9, Bank of America downgrade. MLCO up down 1.9, JP Morgan downgrade. 4 down 1.8, Deutsche Bank downgrade. VAC down 1.6, Morgan Stanley downgrade. THH, I forgot there's a couple more, down 17, ABUS down 16, European patent revoked. And then you just got industrial production numbers at 0.4 versus estimate of 0.1. And then you got something with China and Canada. And now you also have your document. So good news and bad news. I don't know how you're going to take this, but it's going to be kind of boring today. So we talked about this. Where is it, bro? How come they playing me, dog? You get it now? There you go. Earnings and the Fed. That's pretty much all that matters, but none of them are happening today. You already had your earnings this week with banks. You guys know how the slow earnings season starts or how slow it starts, but essentially people are going to get ready for that. You do have a holiday on Monday, so keep that in mind if you are going to try to either be early or set up some plays there, but you do have earnings. That's going to be the big thing next week, and then the Fed, you get the blackout period. So today we'll see what they say. Nobody's really tweaked out considering Monday had a lot of drama with the Fed, and it hasn't really done much, so we're going to see what what happens there. But other than that, you do not have much data today. Next week, however, oh, wait, why did they do that to you? Oh, you guys don't see it. You guys see my YouTube homepage? Oops. Hold on, I got to adjust it for where is a Google Doc? I can't find it, dog. Hold on. Oh, there it is. What the fuck? All right, well, here you go. That was the first one he missed. But yeah, legal events next week. Those are going to be big. Once again, Tuesday, Wednesday, you are going to be doing the whole, are they coming out with tariffs? That's when the Supreme Court, they're going to be hearing those cases. I mean, people talked about the drama because maybe the Supreme Court wants to wait till, which is very, very sinister, but they want to wait until pretty much Trump is in front of everybody at Davos, and then they want to kind of pull the plug. So we're going to play that game next week. We've already played that with the first 2 weeks to start, and then you're also going to hear about the Lisa Cook case, and that's related to the Fed and some of that other drama. And then I believe even Trump said he's going to delay his decision on the Fed chair. We were supposed to get it pretty much by now, but he's essentially saying in a couple more weeks we'll get that, a little bit beyond the Davos. So we will see how that plays. And then Pepsi and SJM, they're going to be at the conference today. So that might be a little bit of an event. Keep that in mind. But I'd also watch the staples too. Depending on what they say, maybe we'll see that. And again, that's been one of the major themes to start out so far. And then this one, I read it on the pre-market movers, but this one has a little bit more drama. IBRX. So they have an event today. They're going to be live streaming something. They already announced enrollment. And then pretty much the founder has been like talking crap on Twitter, both good and bad. He's like, why are you shorting a company that is trying to cure cancer? And essentially, I mean, the thing is just going insane. It's like up 70-80% on the week. It is a bio, so keep your eyes out for this. If it ends up getting either hyped or fucking crashes, I'm sure you might start seeing it, but at least you know it early. I mean, again, there's a little bit more to meets the eye on this one, so thought it was kind of interesting. Going to be watching that. And then Fly, again, you may have heard ASTS, they got that Shield Award, but I'm surprised the document wasn't even showing all of them, but there was a bunch. Fly, Ionic, iNod, there was a lot of companies that got awards under the Shield program. I actually have all of them. Where is it? Oh, did I close it out? Oh, I did. Damn. If you go to, oh no, I should have it. Well, if you go to sam.gov, there is a list with every single one of these companies that got an award. So it's a lot of them. A lot of them got upgrades today, but some of them were part of this. Again, anywhere from like Honeywell to these names that are listed here. So keep your eyes out for that. That might be a little subtle driver. I think the real question is whether or not they hold up after the open. And then silver. This one's funny because you guys know how we've been talking energy and silver. So the report did come out last night, and essentially now the cost of a solar panel, the silver cost is now 30%. The data came out from 2023, but it used to be 3%. So at the current prices of $80, $90 an ounce, pretty much it's making up now 30% of the cost when it used to only make up 3%. So we'll see how that plays out with the copper and all that. Another thing too, copper and Korea. Just keep that in mind. There's another connection there. And just in general, a lot of the metals and what's going on with Asia, you could also argue there is a something that could be fueling it as well. So there is that. And then finally, I like this one. You may have heard the news from Mr. Josh AI, but Baidu, Tencent, and the other one, they pretty much have a bunch of robotics patents. So give it a little bit. I think Baidu has trouble with 150. It's either going to come down or go a little crazy, but it might start to develop into one of these robotics plays. So we will see where that leads. But other than that, Chad, that is all that I have for you. There is nothing else today. So we'll see how we get through the morning. Again, if anything sells off, if we do the gap and pop and crap and all of that. But it should be decent. I do have a couple of plays. I guess, yeah, we're pretty early here. I'm going to be watching Meta, UNH, DI Horton, EW. Those are all earnings plays. Pepsi and Smuckers because of the event. Again, there's no guarantee is what we've seen this week with some of those. Fly, again, Fly, the space stocks, anything related to the Shield thing, I think that's going to be one to watch. And then Baidu, as I just said, I want to see. I'm going to be monitoring Baidu over the next couple weeks just to see how that narrative with the, what's it called, plays. Oh, where is it? And then I guess in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can find you that, the Shield thing. What is it? Yeah, bro, there's like HII. Yeah, here it is. Oh, I had it up. I don't know why I couldn't find this. So yeah, if you go to sam.gov, you go like these are, again, this is the government website on the grants, and then you go down to the Shield awardees. Again, this is all of yesterday, tonight. Here's the entire list. There's a bunch of them. So not all of them are public, but like I'm saying, it's interesting to see which ones are up like 7%, and then some are up just because of the upgrades. So either way, that could be an underlying catalyst, but a lot of them have already gapped up. Like I'm saying, we're going to see if they actually end up holding throughout the morning, and then that'll lead us into the next one. Oh, I don't have the wire up for you guys. Oh, man. All right, bro, you know why I was late? Dude, I swear I had like 15 minutes. I swear it was like 15, 20 minutes. And I was doing my prayer, bro. I was doing my prayer in the morning. And then, bro, by the time I like got up from my prayer, I'm like, what do you mean it's 6:01? So yeah, that's why I didn't even have everything fully set up. I was low-key tripping out. So that was a good time. But yeah, man, I'm surprised we're still early after that. So God is good, baby. God is good, and good morning. You want to know what else is good? Oh, you know why? Freedom. The freedom to tell you all of this. The freedom to live the life. The freedom to think however you want, my friends. You know, back in the day, you know why, like the Cold War and a lot of other things, you know, they don't like America. You know, people don't like freedom. You know, an enemy has been, the freedom has always been an enemy to some. I don't know if you knew that. So this American history, doc. I don't know if you were aware. This freedom thing's a very, very big deal. So, Chad, before we chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, I hope we could pay some true, genuine homage, man, to a set of people and just the ideals of this country, man, and the people who have given up so much so that we could every day take it for granted or live it up to its fullest, man. And that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. Thank you, and God bless all of you for everything. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, anybody making their communities run. God bless you and thank you. And I hope all of y'all use your opportunities and think about your future, baby. You know, a lot of the greatest careers in the communal careers, man, I don't know if y'all realize, oh, you know more than you think, brother. You know more than you think. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Oh, Chatadonia. Good morning. Bright and early, baby. Oh, man. I don't know what you expecting today, but I'm excited. I told y'all yesterday. I told everybody last night. I told them after the bell, you better get your head on a swivel, dog. You know that? Don't you get lulled to sleep. Don't you dare think nothing's happening, because when it happens, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, it happened. It's so obvious. So you better be ready. You understand? You got to enjoy it. Have you ever been fishing? Ironically, I haven't even been fishing in my life, but I have an idea of how it goes. I've been on a boat, though, but I don't know if I fished. I've fished 3 times. I've never caught a fish. It's bullshit. But, I don't know. Man, we got to get there. You got to have the patience. And then cast your net to the right side. Don't stop playing with me. So, Chatadonia, we got 4 minutes. Again, went over all the plays, a lot of different news. I mean, unfortunately, most of this stuff we looking forward to is going to be around next week, but we're going to see how this all plays out. I know, baby. A patience should be your friend. Amen. Amen. You know what you let it do, too? You got to enjoy it. All of it. All of it. You get excited when it's boring. You get excited when it's exciting. Oh, in the middle, the beginning, the end, it don't matter, bro. Wait, Trump is going to be in a rural investment table? A round table, so you might get Trump here in the morning. I don't know. Is Jamie Dimon still alive? Let me see. No, yeah, he ended. Jamie. Oh, Jamie. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna go to my potty break. We got the plays. I already sent them out too, and then let's have a good time. Let's have a good time, baby. Oh, where is it? It's a cult, baby. Feels like it's gonna be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours. Why wait, be great, that's that, no way. We changed, what's the plan, that's that. Out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Can't believe they missed it on my kindness. I can't believe they forsake all the guidance. I can't believe they couldn't see the timing. Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends and hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by your crib, that's that, that's ours. Why wait, we great, that's that, no way. We change, what's the plan, that's that. Out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods. What's the matter, thought you knew about the laws. Father, why do they complain about your laws? Ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone. Soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes. Getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. If one was lost, don't we need the 99? Father, forgive them, they don't know the things they done. Did not depart because we learned it when we young. You could chase it, but I hope you know it runs. Chatadonia. Are you ready? It's honestly up decent, man. A quarter. We'll see where it leads us. Again, staples, if anything, from a conference moves it. But yeah, man, you guys know the major themes. The Russell. Let me show you. Oh, you want a fun fact? Let me give you a fun fact. Are you ready for this? This is the biggest Russell outperformance versus the NASDAQ since 1979. Ain't that something? So yeah, that's pretty crazy. I thought that was a fun fact. I said, no way, man. No way. Yeah, bro. I found a website. It's called Fishing Broker. And you could like book fishing people to take you fishing. Cause I thought you only had to go on them big like sport fishing ones. Oh no. So yeah, man, I'm gonna get the fishing knocked out this year, bro. I am. And then we got to fish today in the market. We fishing every day, dog. It's we on a cruise ship fishing right now. I'm just saying, man. Well, good morning. You got 20-degree weather. Oh my, God bless you, man. That's where discipline shows. You know, it's like probably like 40, 50 degrees here, but I feel like it's snowing. So I feel you, man. I feel you. That's welcome to California. But you are a different breed, man. So run it up. Run it up. All right, man. We got less than 20 seconds. God bless America. Please don't get banned. Don't pump any plays. I need some reasoning. I need some good things. Oh, I have a couple of things to tell y'all too. So remind me a little bit later and we'll get into it, baby. But 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Ooh. All right, I found one of them. I will take a gap down for now. Actually, that's not after hours. And then again, watch those space stocks, and then again, all of them. It sucks that some are getting more love than not. ASTS was the one that was really getting a lot of love off of that. How the fuck did you get that? All right, let me see. I'm gonna get a couple of earnings plays. Hope actually. Let's see the spread. I don't know. Lately, any of the plays off the morning have been kind of shitty, unless it's like a real big runner. feel me. They hate me. Actually, these are terrible. All right, well, I got one, but I'm not done with it. Please hold. Still very early, Habibi. Very, very early. Where are we actually? So NASDAQ is up by 0.4. Shit. SPY 0.28, Dow 0.28, and then the Russell's lagging. Remember, just like yesterday, if it does the little... If you pretty much watch the NASDAQ go down, watch for the Russell to go up. Otherwise, if they all go down, then that's going to be a different story. You know what? Call. I wanted both ways on one of them, but I can't. You can't get them. So not a recommendation. Why is Intel, man? Actually, it did already hit 50. And then yesterday, I didn't even look at TSM or any of that. I'm going to go look for one more earnings play. And then we'll get into some of the other. Oh, where's that other shitty one? That one biotech. Oh, it's still up 18%. Jeez. Oh, and today's the big expiration. Do not forget about that. Might be easy to forget about that. And then remind me, give it a little bit. I'll be able to get you guys the any of the crazy options that come in. After yesterday, we're going to look a little bit at them. Yeah, that's not going to... I still like my earnings. I can see it in your eye. No, come on. Why didn't it fail? All right. Where is it? All right, I got one more for you, and then we'll call it a day. Until then, I actually got one more earnings play. I did a non-earnings play. So, yeah. Woo! Yeah, bro. It's pretty slow, though. I mean, take a look. The NASDAQ move. Russell's actually starting to fade, surprisingly, but we're going to... Remember yesterday, man, you did absolutely nothing. Actually, yesterday was kind of like this, but then I think by the time we started getting those headlines, that's what kind of shook it up, but yesterday was a lot slower than the first 3 days. So we'll see, my friends. We will see. NVIDIA's going up. The chips, they're still carrying over. The NASDAQ's actually advancing. And then you got Broadcom. Where is that? Oh, wow. That's dramatically more expensive. just if tech goes down on some of those earning plays, then it's gonna fuck up the premium and pricing for now. AMC Code Ted says they'll keep 45-day theatrical window for Warner Bros. Movies. Oh, where is Netflix too? All right, I got a Meta pre-run up, but I only got one side. Not a recommendation. Good luck. But that's what I'm saying. If they move a lot like yesterday, some of the pricing is gonna get very distorted, and then Monday is closed. So you got to think about that. It's either front running now for earnings is gonna really pay off, or it's gonna really backfire. So welcome to the game, baby. Oh, where's that other one? Fly. That one's still going. Yeah, Fly. That started going up 10. Thank you. Like I was telling you guys, there's so many on that list. I'm surprised they didn't move. Fly was one of them. So ASTS was the only one up 7, and then Fly caught up with that. I think there was like Ionic, and even the Ionic isn't even space, or is it Ioner? But yeah, there's a couple more. But that whole list then even Honeywell. I don't think they got as much money, and Honeywell's not. I mean, Honeywell's big, so I don't know if it benefits the same way. SGML, IBRX, Tesla. Tesla's actually really going, and then Meta. I already have 2 Teslas up here. I thought that was Meta. Oops. Oh, and then Walmart lady left. Pepsi on the low. Where are the staples actually? Kimberly-Clark back to 99. XLP's down 0.6. Shit. And then Dow is actually at break even right now. And then SPY or the Russell's down. And then Nasdaq's still up though. Nasdaq is like low key advancing. And then Netflix finally holding up. We'll see how long this lasts. Yeah, bro. Tech is actually doing straight up for now. If it holds past the first like hour or two, that'll be a good sign. Otherwise, this might just be luring everybody in to do what it did every other day. I know, it's a 3-day weekend. And yeah, some of y'all going back to school. That's crazy. It's been a long break. Yeah. Should be exciting though. Do good. Some of you is your last year. It's exciting. That's exciting. And then you get to join the job market. You get to compete against AI. What? What do you mean? It's gonna take our job. They took our jobs. Oh man, yeah, you'll be good, bro. You'll be good. Eli Lilly going up again. NVO was doing good earlier. It's still actually up 4. And then ASML. I think ASML or Broadcom, they have earnings around the corner too. All the chips are doing pretty solid. And then grad school. Oh shit. Yeah, bro. You still got a long journey ahead. That's exciting though. Congratulations. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up senior year. What do they call it? Senioritis? You know, you don't want to get infected. PayPal. All right, tech's kind of chilling out. Some more than others. But Nvidia's good. Google's been the leader of Mag 7, but they're starting to relax a little. Bonds are kind of clapped. And then Nasdaq still slowing down a little bit, but it's mainly everybody else. SPY actually even has a green, but still. Oh, you already got the job offer? Amen, brother. That's good to hear. And everybody was just saying the other day, they're like, how do I get one? But you did an internship, right? Where is it? Yeah, equal weight's down. So this has to be some of the little tech imbalance holding you up. Because equal weight's down 1/4 and SPY's up by 1/4. And then, I think it's ASML. I think they're the ones with earnings next week. CN. Bios aren't doing too hot. You had the small one and the metal ones too. We talked about it yesterday, man. It's like people want they want trade drama. You know, trade drama has benefited the minerals and metals more than anything. So if you actually, it's kind of crazy to think about it, but like negotiating a deal for critical minerals is less bullish than tariffing them. So yeah, that's kind of the reaction you've been getting the last couple days. Yeah, NVO's doing good. Again, they got the UK approval. Everything NVO's been writing this year has practically been the, it's been all of this stuff related to that pill, both here and in, here and Europe. Oh yeah, NVO is getting candles. It's looking good. Healthcare is still kind of a mixed bag here today. It really looks like tech is just leading us. Again, SPY's coming down. Equal weights already went red, and then NASDAQ just holding. I think just a couple of tech names doing good. And then you got the pocket of the day is those space stocks all doing good from the government grants. I haven't looked at the bigger defense. They're kind of chilling. Staples are down. Russell is down. So this is a little different than what you've seen over the last couple days. Arquite. Oh, Arquite could be going up on the Kevin Hassett comments in the morning. Kevin Hassett was saying that Trump is going to talk about plans of using your 401k to buy a home. So remember, we were talking about it yesterday. I know you could loan against it, and then they give you some, like, you get like a deferred loan, but you do got to like pay it back. So I think they're going to make it where that would become just no issues if you wanted to pull from your 401k for a down payment. So that, again, last time we've gotten any of these, they went up. And during Davos, Trump is going to be talking a lot about real estate. And then you have D.I. Horton earnings next week as well. I think like early next week on Tuesday. So home builders, but they're not going up as much. Home builders are more related to the, actual sales and shit. But then again, these other guys, they're a little bit better. So judgmental, I could see it in your eyes. Iran, again, some of the earlier plays from this week, these like little pockets, they're holding up, but yeah, it's a really mixed bag given that tech is kind of outweighed today. But that's how we started yesterday. But yesterday you had more of a gap up. You got a baby one today. You still haven't filled this gap. So anything could happen, and you have the big expiration. Yeah, Eli's going to get approval for their pill, but in April. That was the news the other day. So, and then I think it might be a little bit different. So for now, people are liking it with NVO, but, Eli is going to step into the game. But a lot of people are kind of just realizing how big the market is. So for both of them, again, GLPs, peptides, they've already been one thing, but now people are like, wait a minute, it's the future. Americans are pill poppers. I say, yep. I know. Oh, I know. Can't believe Intel. I feel, big dog. I feel. But it's actually selling off today, but we'll take it. Again, they have earnings next week, too. Keep that in mind. I don't think it's a real good earnings play just because it's fucking ran so much. And then they never really surprise on earnings, but I do think they could surprise in terms of whatever happens with the SEC. But I said that last time, and they didn't announce shit because of the shutdown. All right, SPY kind of popping. What time is it? 6:45. Trump's supposed to go live in 15 minutes. That might be a readout, or it could be something, or it could just be the other non-tech names catching a bid finally. So keep that in mind too. VST2, I think we have some of those. Oh, that's shit. They're down. The fuck? I think there's no bid. They were really ripping yesterday. ASTS still painting. What's FLNC? Florence Energy. That one's starting to run up. Yeah, dude. ASTS up 15. Fly. I don't know if the other ones are going up with it, but I mean, again, that's space from the beginning of the year. They're still running it. Even a little Joby. I don't know if they got a contract, but if it was one of these like space ones, they're all kind of riding the wave off of that. Yeah, Rocket Lab, that's the other one. Yeah, it's up 7, all of them. So space, like I was telling you, that list there with all of them, all these companies are mentioned. So again, it's weird. I think it's weird how it's circulating, and I don't think people are picking up on it, but I'm sure give it a couple of hours. But then by then, they've already moved anywhere from 7 to 15%, let alone a lot of the ones that were up only like 2 or 3, they got to upgrade. And then silver's coming up. Again, silver got washed today. Silver, actually, it's only down 2% again. What the hell? It does this every day, bro. It gaps down 4 or 5% and then just goes back up to like down 1. What an interesting time. Hey Cam and Young Jeezy, trying to hold it easy. Only way to safe, don't tread. If you're looking for me, I'll be long time. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. I don't know if it's too early for that. LMT's up. Palant on the low. It's just a weird mix right now. Again, it seems like mostly big tech. We'll get a checkup here in a little bit. It's only been 15 minutes. So I wouldn't trip too much just yet. And then this is what's happened every single day. We've got these weird ass moves, man, where just like it would gap up, tech would be in the lead for one part of it, and then very quickly it would switch gears, and then another set would come in. And then even yesterday we were selling off good news towards the end of the day. So we'll see. Again, Monday's closed, and you really don't have much except for earnings. You don't have much today, but next week, again, more space stocks. That's all I see on the high ticker. Again, I would, if you haven't already focused there, that probably should be the move. But they've already done it. If you're looking for me, I'll be long term. And then that biotech's going up too. It just has to break out from there. It's gonna die. A-Lab, ASTS, all of these damn fucking UFOs, dude. For real. But hey, man, we were positioned on them from last week. Like I was telling you guys, if any industry was getting ready to bubble, it was these ones. Yeah, the IRENs are still killing it too. If you have those, it all just depends. If you had like less time, they're actually up more. The ones that were less time were closer to the money. They're up a shit ton. But the ones with like more time that were safer, they're only up like 30%. But then you have a really good time on that. But we haven't got anything on the rumor. It's honestly just been going up since then. It could be running up on some of the CapEx shit. And then yeah, here we are. But other than that, we'll see. Those space stocks though, like I said, if anything's gonna bubble, I don't think it's confirmed just yet. But even since we've talked about that, some of them moved like 10-15%. I mean, shit flies up 15% in a day right now. And then ASTS was the leader already, I believe. Lunar didn't go up as much, but it is near, one of these highs. And that one has a lot to catch up with. So again, today it's reacting to the government shield program. That was those grants that were given out. Where's NVO? NVO coming down. Meta's kind of chilling. Watch if Netflix does the little fucking sell off the morning again. The company making yardsticks aren't making them anymore? No, I did not hear that. I did hear. I've been hearing people say, because of the like RAM and graphic card stuff, they're starting to say that they're trying to say the era of personal computing is over. They're saying that people will not be able to build their own PCs in the future. I don't know how I feel about that, because I know people are like RAM and the graphics cards, but the new thing is like combined memory. So like, hypothetically speaking, can't you use these combined memories to power anything? But yeah, that's what people are trying to start saying that. So I was like, I don't know about that. You think it's true? Wow. Because remember, there's a lot of, CapEx is good money, but don't underestimate the personal compute. They be making bank. They're going back to DDR3. I have a lot of that. Wow. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna just say you rent your computer space from the cloud. you don't own a computer anymore, and you'll be happy. Brought to you by the World Economic Forum. Consult with your doctor if having a computer is right for you. May cause diarrhea, constipation, blurry eyesight, palpated heart dilations. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. What the fuck? All we need is the music. All glow. I see you. Honestly, all of them. You're right. All the little nuclear plays and energy are going up too. Bloom Energy's already up 6. These are actually quite massive to start out. Yeah, even damn Sermo's trying to work its way up there. Who's the other one? LAR? Yeah, that one's even climbing, but they're still down. But yeah, there's a lot of them. To Tesla making an autopilot. It kind of went up a little bit, but I don't know why they did that. Talk to your doctor before considering trading. Dell is a very crowded short, believe it or not. People have been talking about that. If you're looking for me, I'll be long time. Probably sitting on the long time. Cause I'm a long time. Yeah, this is all about, but oh, those BPs, oh, they're not gonna, they fill you, get out of them. Those are cheap though. Yeah, all the iron and space calls, you have time on them. Even the shorter term ones are still past this expiration. ASTS going crazy. 17% now. Again, that started out 7. The other one started out 3. Now they're up 17. The other ones are up like 13. That's pretty fucking crazy. So yeah, all that government sam.gov shit, that hit. Well, yeah, I mean, and then even the computer shortages. I mean, shit, even Intel's been benefiting off of it, but I'm pretty sure it's a little different than the Micron SanDisk. Take Two will be fun when GTA comes out. All right, I might even just keep up one of these space stocks. I'm sorry again. So take a look now. Nasdaq. What do you notice? What happened? Bro, NASDAQ was up by 0.5. Russell was barely up. Now Russell's up by 0.3. NASDAQ's up by 0.2. Or 0.3, excuse me. NASDAQ's up 0.3. Russell's up by 0.2. So you're doing it again, unfortunately. Watch if the staples get woken up, but they are going down. Who was it? Kimberly. Staples are still low, dude. Procter Gambling. Consult with your doctor about long term. Bam, 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 bam. Since getting the long term, I go outside now. I can't tell you how great it is. I'm gonna make a fucking biotech commercial, man. Fuck this. Yeah, it's like this, bro. When I started trading, I didn't know I had bad traderitis. I talked to Josh and he told me save 10% and get a long term. I thought I'd never be happy. But now, I've never had this much money in my life. Thanks to the long term, I'm free. I could go outside. I could go on trips, but now I don't even want to because I want to save it. Thank you, long term. Please consult your doctor about the long term. Trading is not for everybody. Trading includes farming, shitting, going broke. Going into poly market and other gambling markets, you may end up becoming a sports gambler. Constipation, diarrhea, dizzy vision, double vision, getting excited over geopolitical events may include other side effects. Please consult with your doctor today and save 10%. Long term. I like that, man. I'm gonna need that in the background more. You know that? I'm gonna need that in the background. I feel like it gets the message across better. I think it captures people's attention. They're like, wow, he's right. Wow, no way. You ice skate now? So I'm saying, bro, it'll cut to like a clip of me doing something I've never done. Look, I ice skate now. Yeah, I love ice skating. I go to dog parks. Wow, you be like picking an orange off a tree. Oh, picking a Bradley Frizzle off the tree. The peach. Horna. Oh, Peach Nation. Oh, man. Oh, man, what timing. What timing, brother. God bless you, baby. Good morning. And then you get the peach. Wow, Brad. Okay, so Bradley, thank you for being here today, Bradley. So you know, Bradley, we have a peach badge, you guys. You know that? And the market's going down. I get. Please pay attention. The market's still dropping. Well, they start to dump on your heads. Market makers do not apply to any of this. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I can only freestyle so much of this, man. But yeah, you are going down still. Okay, and the peach is here, and I have another announcement to make. Okay? That because you do bets on sports games now? Yeah, man, that's a side effect. You know? What do you do? Who's your favorite sports team? I just whoever has the best odds, son. Oh man. But so I wanted to do Bradley. We already have a peach badge. Somebody said we use Bradley's profile picture as another badge, but I was gonna make an executive decision, you guys. I was gonna tell you the new badge for 6 years. I have a 6-year badge idea. Oh yeah, we did fill 2 gaps, I think. Actually, no, you only filled 1? No, only 1 gap. If we fill that one, you might. But yeah, you filled the gap from the morning. It was about a quarter. Russell is outperforming now on the NASDAQ, or about the same. But no, I wanted to do a badge of a farm. You know, I figured since, we got the farm last year with the long term, I wanted to make one of the badges something. I wanted to do like a barn. Yeah, I was thinking something like this. I was going to do a farmer, but then I realized not all of you are farmers. And I feel someone would get offended. But we did buy a farm. So I'm thinking that for the 6-year badge. Otherwise, if you don't like that executive decision, because I don't know, I feel like after 6 years, it's kind of like Monopoly. You get the hotel, you get the farm. So that's what I was thinking. That's what I had in mind. Otherwise, Bradley Frizzle, or we could take it to a vote. A cow. Wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Wow. Now brown cow. All right. Vertex. Farmville, is that what you're talking about? Home Builder Index, it just came out. Did it, or was that in the morning? Are we gonna do this again? Trump should be live, but he might delay. But yeah, I have a feed up for it. You might start to get it. I mean, it started dumping earlier. That's when I was like, is he live right now? Could have been. Look at it. It's all red candles, or all red volume candles. You've just been selling off here. Filled the gap from the morning. Now Russell and SPY are hand in hand. Now you got your tech dropping, and then you got your little pockets that are holding up. I'm surprised. Again, Meta's actually holding. Some of the ones getting around the corner for earnings, they're doing good. He hasn't. I see Chinese Commerce Ministry. China will adjust anti-dumping measures on rapeseed and anti-discrimination measures against Canada agriculture. Yeah, that's all I see. And then all doses of Wegovy are available for Americans. It says NVO. But yeah, I don't think that was anything. I just think it was the ones that aren't holding up for earnings, they went down, and then anything with like a little bit of earnings like holding, it kind of just held up there. And then mix in your space stocks and a couple of biotechs that are holding up. But overall, just you started off pretty weak on the Dow and the SPY, and then equal it was already down. More names down than not, and the staples were clobbered. So then you give up some of the tech without the staples moving around, because every other day that we would sell off, one other industry would like pick up the slack. But today it just, yeah, you have a couple of tech increases, but most of them did go down. I will get you the checkup right now. We've been here for about 30 minutes. Yeah, 362 names on the red, 139 in the green. You haven't seen a day like that all week. 22 names red on the Dow, 8 names green. That's pretty terrible as well. And then NASDAQ, 62 in the red, 39 in the green. So yeah, you just don't have too many names picking up the slack, but I don't think there's any news. China, Canada agree on increasing direct flights. Check if REITs start moving up. We're seeing some of that. Yeah, REITs are kind of going a little bit, and gold and silver trying to catch a bid. So is the SPY here off the bottom. Who's the other one? Oh yeah, it is the option expiration. Said it a couple times earlier, but yeah, it's easy to forget. That's why too, it's either you get like a nice move today, or all of it's gonna happen after today. But then again, Monday is closed. UWMC, I think you could get better real estate exposure nowadays. I don't like their balance sheet, but if you know the risk, if you're willing to take the risk in real estate stocks and things turn around in the industry and rates, and you get more clarity on that, they could be a good one. But I would probably pick a REIT over a mortgage lender at this point in the cycle. You know, we got it early when they first came out. They were paying a much higher dividend, but their balance sheet has deteriorated pretty bad since then. So they're holding up, and they're still a major player in the game. But then again, mortgage lenders are always going to be a little different than a REIT or some of the other real estate related exposed stocks. But yeah, I've heard that a couple times. We brought up UWMC a few, and then Archite I think is going up on the other stuff. And then we had both of them at the time. We bought Archite and UWMC, but I like Archite because Archite is now Redfin. Archite is a mortgage. They're everything, bro. Actually, kind of crazy. Ionic, was that the other one that was listed there, or was that like Ioner? But that's up 3. They're all going. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. What's today? Today's the 16th. Ionic was listed. I don't know why it disappears. I didn't close it, and then it disappears. And when I click on it, it opens up again. Yeah, housing index to 37 from 39. 39 expected. Let's see. All right, you're going. We could go through the whole list. Like I said, there's ones that stood out. So yeah, these are all the companies that got awarded. Again, it tells you the contract number. I don't know how much they're getting. Nextera, Delta One, Track Labs, NetSync. I don't know if any of these are public. 3D. Oh, there's Trump starting. He's not out yet. Firefly Aerospace. That's the one we already got. 2 Aces. ABL Technologies. Cortec. Noctua. DeepSat. Cell Engineering. ASTS Space Mobile. That already fucking went crazy. Cyber. BA. I don't know if that's the same. Cyber. Honeywell. So again, Honeywell. Kratos got it. So I don't know if people said anything about Kratos. Yeah, Kratos is up. Some of them are up only 3. General Atomics. Cloudflare. R? So again, I just don't know how much money they all got. That's the only problem. You have to be able to verify these. Look at this. We're talking 300 different names. Turnkey, Vincorn, Scientific, Giga Airspace, C2 Technologies, Teledyne, Live Earth Imaging, Global Defense Inc., Rocket Technology, Broadcom, L3 Harris, Oneidas, C-Speed, Navtech. All right, honestly, I think not too many of them are public. Vanguard Research, what the fuck? Why are they getting a defense contract? Analog Devices, Federal LLC. So yeah, some of them moved a little lower. I mean, again, like that Kratos one and the other one before, Ionic, they're only up 3. Maybe a lock for the new badge. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I feel you, man. Being early, I didn't like any of them. There's bullshit. That's why I feel like it's easy to flip out of them early. Because it's hard to, like, get excited about it when you're like, what the... when was the last time we even went to space? This is bullshit. But yeah, that's... I mean, welcome to the bubbles. But that's what I'm saying. At this point, everyone's just going to follow the catalyst with, like, the SpaceX shit and all that. And then now they're like, well, you thought the satellites... Okay, wait till we put a data center on the moon, a moon. Do you know how cold it is in space? Yeah, we don't even need cooling. Now we're gonna put it in space. And then we gonna get RAM from Mars. You don't know how fast the play, because time is distorted, so the RAM is faster. I'm like, what? Is that? It's true. I don't think that's true. It's not. You don't gotta believe. What's happening? Why are they doing this? So yeah, man, it happens. So much more efficient. Ba da ba ba ba. Iron still good. Again, these are the ones on the list that aren't up as much yet, but no guarantees. The first fucking 5 of them already went 15% or whatever. 6-year badge should have the opportunity to visit the farm. I'm down, bro. I was thinking about that yesterday. I don't know. We need to find, I think the guys too, if you're doing the little fitness challenge with Derek, because you know Derek's been to the farm a couple times, but that's why I just like in general, if you guys, I don't know, if you could complete a fitness challenge, you could use it, but we just got to have some rolling way to verify people. But yeah, you guys are welcome to use it whenever you want. I'm really down. I mean, we have it. That's it. It's big. You got to keep it in order and all that, but it's there, man. It's waiting. It's waiting for you. I'm about to start setting up the greenhouses too. MSTR. All right, a couple things picking up right now. Kratos. Damn, that thing's fucking vertical as hell, dude. Who's the other one? Ionic? That one hasn't really moved. Isn't Ionic dog shit? But then again, that's a catalyst. It's so shitty it'll move, son. So shitty it'll move. Oh shit, those lunar calls took off. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Your old space contracts are ripping, though. Those have started to really wake up. Let me see. The long term beat me, so let me be. Try to shut me down on long term TV, but it feels so empty without me. Down, now, 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 now. I created a long term. Twitter is down, or is it just you? I don't know. Again, I'm just looking at the contracts. So that list I just went over, there were several names, and then there's like later stage ones and earlier ones, and then the early ones in the morning started to run. Mr. Myers, welcome. I haven't been on Twitter yet. BlackRock raises UBS price target. What is the other one? Hold on. MSOS. Hold on. Let's see, I'll check Twitter. Yeah, my Twitter is not loading. It's still just spinning. Usually it loads up in a second. Didn't Twitter go down earlier this week? But yeah, Twitter is offline, it looks like. You'll probably get down detectors here in a little bit. Yeah, Trump is, he's here right now. There's no audio. Or it's really low audio. But yeah, you got RFK already sat down and everything else. Yeah, there's music in the background. Will we see a $100 rocket lab today? I mean, dog, your name is supercomputing. Why are you asking me? I should be asking you, supercomputer. The fuck? Kind of AI bullshit is this? I don't know, man. I just know the reason of why it moved, and it's related to the government contracts. Yeah, users report problems at X. Down detector. I told you. We got you, baby. We got you. So yeah, that's starting to hit now a little bit. Down, now. Yeah, I own it. Kratos. Where's the other one? MP starting to move up a little bit. Again, wasn't nuclear doing pretty good today too? Yeah, Tesla is following along a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how many people, but it seems like X is down for everybody. Connection timed out. Cloudflare. There he is. Many men. Many men. Nvidia's coming down. IBRX ripped. All right, let's see what he says.
I want to thank you. You were fantastic on television today. I actually want to keep you where you are, if you want to know the truth. Kevin Hassett is so good. I'm saying, wait a minute. If I move them, these Fed guys, certainly the one we have now, they don't talk much. I would lose you. It's a serious turn to me. So I just want to say thank you very much. You've done incredible. We don't want to lose him, Susie. We'll see how it all works out, okay? Thank you, Kevin. Great job. And thank you for all being here as we discuss the largest investment in rural healthcare in American history. This is the big one. We're delighted to be joined by many incredible members of the healthcare community, including doctors, nurses, and pharmacists from all across America. We're also very happy to have with us some very talented people. A man who is really good at this, extremely non-controversial, which is, I wanted somebody non-controversial. So I chose Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. to head the whole shebang up. And he's also happens to be a great guy. Brooke Rollins, who's doing a fantastic job at agriculture, and thank you. And how are the prices coming?
They're coming, sir, they're coming down.
Don't forget, we inherited a mess.
Sure did.
Remember eggs? They were up 4 times higher than they ever were. And in my first day, they said, what are you going to do about eggs? I said, I didn't cause the problem. We didn't cause, we inherited a mess, but the prices are coming down.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices are down 86%.
All right, I made that biotech free.
But yes, you're making
That one hit
America
really good.
affordable again.
Now you can write them out.
I have no doubt.
And then maybe we
I
get lucky.
appreciate it. Thank
God
you.
bless America.
And administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, a really good man, a really brilliant guy, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oz. And thank you also to Governor Jim Pillen, Senator Dan Sullivan, and Representatives Rob Bresnahan, Mike Lawler, John McGuire, and Nick Begich. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. And we have other congressmen here, I see, and a couple of senators, and we appreciate everybody being here. Everyone wants to be a part of this. It's so important. It's maybe, I don't know, for many people, there's nothing more important. I would say maybe defense. You know, we need defense, and we need offense too, by the way. As part of the great big beautiful bill, we're increased, and we have increased funding for the health care by an unprecedented $50 billion. That's rural health care. Nobody thought that was going to happen, and we got it done. So we have rural health care for those that were trying to make a case that we weren't taking care of the rural
So
communities. I'm all
rural,
about
say
the
rural. How it's so
community.
hard to
We
say
won the
rural.
communities
Rural,
by
is it
numbers
rural?
that nobody's ever
Rural,
won before, and we're
rural.
taking care of those
He
great
said,
people.
I've never heard him say rural
So
that
we
many
already
times.
did this. We increased funding for rural health care by an unprecedented, record-setting $50 billion over 5 years, which will benefit Americans in all 50 states. And this made possible and was made possible by cutting massive waste, fraud, and abuse from Medicaid and reinvesting those funds to revitalize hospitals and our cherished rural communities and hospitals in rural communities. And I want to say, with all of the fraud that we're seeing in Minnesota and California and other places, I actually think that if we do an unbelievable job, you could almost balance your budget, Kevin. If you take a look at the kind of numbers you're talking about, nobody ever saw anything like it. They're all corrupt politicians, from the governor of Minnesota to the governor of California to everybody. They're just corrupt politicians. And you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud, waste fraud and abuse. But in fraud, you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Under the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's called the unaffordable. It is unaffordable, remember that. Rural hospitals and communities were devastated by soaring costs, and that continues. Despite colossal increases in government spending since Obamacare was passed.
Dog, imagine
only
Biden
7%
trying to
of
say
the
rural
annual
this many
Medicaid
times.
Spending
Yeah,
in rural hospitals has gone to hospitals. There's only a very little, they didn't care about the rural community.
How much work you know? What check if a what check could
What he
check
did
what?
care about is
Red leather, yellow leather, yellow
And this
leather,
was a
red
bill
leather.
to make insurance companies
Seashells
wealthy,
by the
and they did.
seashore.
They
But
made
now,
insurance
Josh.
companies very wealthy. I would say they don't like me too much because they spent hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're going to have that money spent to the people and given to the people. Not we're going to circumvent the insurance companies. Partially as a result, rural healthcare facilities have suffered from low occupancy rates, workforce shortages, and failing programs that put Band-Aids, literally put Band-Aids over the problems in those communities. And we're not going to have that. We're taking great care of them.
They're literally
With
using
the Rural
Band-Aids.
Health Transformation Program, we are getting rural communities the health
Roblo
support
going up.
they need, and we're getting it immediately. These funds will go to empowering rural hospitals, strengthening their workforce, modernizing facilities and technology, and ensuring that rural Americans get world-class health care in their own community, right smack in their own community, like they've never had it before. And they've been hurt very badly by the Unaffordable Care Act. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against the lifeline for rural communities. And I hope everyone knows this, and this is not about elections, but I hope you remember this in the midterms, because the Democrats are just so horrible toward the rural community. But I want to take a moment to thank the incredible House and Senate Republicans who worked so hard on making this historic investment possible. That's what they did, and they did work hard. I don't think, got a Democrat vote, did we? Did we get one Democrat vote? We got all Republican votes. It was an amazing feat, and I want to thank Mike, our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and John Thune for really doing a great job. It was tough. You know, we have small majorities, and I want to thank the congressmen that are here for doing, in particular, for working so hard and getting this done. Yesterday, I also announced our framework to lower health care prices for all Americans, including those in rural America.
Bonds are catching a bid. Low key, it could be at those Hassett comments. I'm not even
we had
playing.
to come up with a name, and everybody wanted to say, "Oh, well."
It's around the same time.
About lowering costs, because we're lowering.
But
costs
now market's moving down a little bit.
So I had Bobby and I had Oz. We had everybody in there. We had a whole group of people, and we're trying to come up with. So we're saying the cost reduction plan that gives you good health care. And I said, it's too long. It's not going to sell. I said, we had more plans. And they wanted to get the words cost reduction in there, Laura, especially you. They wanted cost reduction in, and then they wanted great health care in. I said, look, you can have one or the other, but it gets too long. We're talking about the name of a plan. So we got it down to 7 or 8 words, and which is far too long. Nobody can remember that much. And I said, how about just call it, because this is the great health care plan. Now, a great plan has to be cost effective, otherwise it can't be a great plan. That's the way I looked at it. So we have a very glamorous name. It's called the Great Healthcare Plan, not the Unaffordable Care Act. I don't like that name. This is called officially the Great Healthcare Plan. That means low price and great healthcare. So you're going to have, at a lower price, great healthcare. First, our proposal codifies the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation provisions. Okay, we can go into this. We can go into this for hours, but the bottom line is we'll be paying the lowest price of any nation in the world. Whoever's paying the lowest, we match it. This could have been done years ago. I was going to do it in my first administration, but when COVID came toward the end, I said, I can't believe it wasn't exactly a good time to be doing it.
Yeah, gold and silver
But
just
I said,
got
why
knocked.
isn't somebody doing it? And the reason they're not doing it is that no other nation would
UK
agree.
ministers
France,
brought
as an
plan for
example,
ban on
paid
social media
10%
for
of what
children.
we paid. Germany was paying 13 or 14% what
Poor
we paid. In
weebs
other
starting
words,
to
we
wake
paid
up.
many times more, not a little bit more, not 10% more, 10 times more. A pill would cost 10 times more in New York than it would cost in London, as an example, than it would cost in Munich. And this went on for many decades. This was right from the beginning. And the reason it went on was a little bit of the healthcare companies, but it was other nations. And I understand that. If I were heading Germany, I'm not going to double and triple and quadruple my healthcare. They got the healthcare companies to pay. It just took place over a long period of time, got worse and worse. And it just hit numbers that were just absolutely unsaleable. And if you remember, the doctors in the audience remember this, say, well, we have to do research and development. I said, well, what about research and development for Germany? Well, we've decided to put up so the pill would cost 5 times more because of research and development and 5 times more for other reasons. They had all these phony reasons. And finally, I said to the healthcare companies, we can't do it anymore. We can't do it. And it started, really, I tell the story. It wasn't meant to be funny. People find it funny. But a friend of mine who's a very smart guy, very, very rich, very powerful man, actually. But he was very fat. And he took the fat, I call it the fat drug. I won't give you which one.
This
It
is
was Ozempic.
You've heard this
I
before.
won't tell you that. And he went to London on one of his many business trips. It's all he does is business. He can't walk across the street, but he's a great businessman. And he said, President.
Can't walk
I said,
across
"What?"
the
He used to
street,
call
but he's a
me
great
Donnie.
businessman.
Now he calls me president. So I said, you've come a long way. He goes, but I have a problem. What's your problem? In New York, I pay $1,300 for this drug. Now, this means nothing to him. This is like a penny.
Yeah,
out of
that's a
your
new
wallet.
detail to the
The
story.
guy's worth hundreds of millions.
We've heard
billions
this
of
story,
dollars.
but not that
He said,
he couldn't walk across
in
the
London,
street, but he's
sir,
great at business.
I pay just a fraction of that. I said, what are you paying? $87. I said, well, is it the same drug? I knew exactly what he was getting at because it bothered me for a long time. He said, it's the exact same drug. And because of his wealth and his business smarts, he had it checked. It was made in the same plant by the same company. It's identical. And here I pay $87, and in New York I pay $1,300.
Oh, no, you had gold. You got
So,
gold down, dollar up a little bit, and
it was
bonds
too
like
much
a
to
little
bear.
vertical. It doesn't look like anything
Because
yet, but it's all
after I
moving
told him that
kind of crazy.
the drug does not work on him, because I saw him recently, he's actually fatter than ever. I said, the drug is not working on you. You're gonna
Yo,
have to
bro,
go to
I was
something
telling
else.
y'all that, though.
But it does work on a lot of people.
I'm telling you, I've
And
seen it. He's
he
not
said,
even
"Thanks, you make
lying,
me
though.
feel
Like,
good."
low
I said,
key, I
"Well,
remember I was just telling you
I gotta be
this.
truthful. You always tell the truth, right, Mr. Congressman? Oh, look, one of the great
I thought you were about to call out a fatty. No, bro, for
but
real.
The drug, we have to.
Bro, I've been
do
seeing
something
skinny
about it,
girls
because
start
that's
to
the same
take
with
it
I would
just
say
'cause they wanna
probably
get
every drug,
skinnier without
essentially.
working out.
Doesn't have to be in that proportion.
And then the
In some
other
cases,
side,
it's
there's like
much
a group
worse.
of people who will take
'Cause
it,
what
and it
happened,
will have
maybe
zero
I'll get
effect
off
on them.
this crap because it doesn't explain it properly. Because what happened?
Yeah, yields rise
is
after Trump says he
these
wants
countries are very
HACCP at
smart.
NEC.
And
That was,
the
so the
drug
HACCP
companies
comments are the bonds.
would go to them.
Low
and they
key,
said,
that
"Look,
might be the
we're
whole
paying
gold
$10
bond
for the
dollar
bill.
thing.
We're
It
not
could have
paying
been
more.
those HACCP
Charge
comments.
America."
That little HACCP
And this
hit.
happened
Seems a little
one
premature,
time,
but
then the
yeah,
next year,
that's the
next
only
year.
thing.
This is over 40 years.
Unless it's all
of a
expiration
sudden,
shit.
They're paying $10 for a pill. And we're paying like $130 for the same pill. It just happened over years, slowly. And it got to a point over the last 10, 12, 15 years where it just was unbearable. And I went to a great executive at Eli Lilly, the top man. He's a very smart guy. And I confronted him, and he had the same line that they always had, blah, 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 research and development. I said, look, we got to stop this nonsense. We're paying 10 times more for things in Europe. It's not research and development. And if it is research and development, they should pay their fair share of that too. And he said to me, and he's a great guy, he said, look, you're right, we can't defend it anymore. I said, you're admitting it? Because these guys
You're admitting it?
All of them. They must have taken a class together. Must have been, it's probably illegal what they did, Lola, you'll check it, right? They must have gone to school together and said, this is the way we're going to fight this
legal
crazy
action?
thing where the United States pays 10, 12, 13 times more for a drug. Same drug made in the same plant. And he said, here's the problem we have. The nations are brutal. When we go in and say, we have to give you an increase, they say, no, put it on America, we're not paying you anything. And they say it with such power, and they actually shut us off from selling the drug. And it just happened over and over again. It got a little worse, a little worse, a little worse. All of a sudden, we're paying many times more for the same. They said, well, it's not going to happen anymore. He said, the problem is, sir, you'll never get the nations to agree. It's impossible. They're very tough, and they are. And
Yeah,
they
look,
have to
NASDAQ
agree
down,
to a
Russell up.
doubling
It's
or
done that
tripling
every
of their
day.
drug prices
It's
in order
amazing.
to
Again,
get you
biggest
down.
outperformance
Because
on
the
Russell
world is
versus
a bigger
NASDAQ
place
to start
than
the
us.
year since
So
1979.
it's not like you cut it in half.
SPY going lower
Actually, if they
again.
raised it a
Tweak
little
out
bit,
in
we'd go
bonds,
down a
dollar,
lot.
gold ever since
You
he was
understand
kind
that? I
of
think people
complimenting
understand
Bassett
that. So you raise
and
it,
saying about where
like
he
from
wants
10
him.
to $20 or 10 to
That's
$30,
like your
but
latest
we'd go
headline from all here.
130 down to 30.
We were already going down
to
before
20.
there, and then Russell,
So,
those little space
because
stocks,
the
they're all
numbers
leading,
are
and then
much
the
bigger.
the
The
fat
numbers on their
pill
side are much
stocks are
bigger.
going
So
up.
they need a doubling or tripling or quadrupling. Now, if you're the head of France, the last thing you want to do is say, I'm going to quadruple the cost of a drug. And that's the way it is. But I said, I know, but it's not fair. And this is taking place. And the head of Eli Lilly, and I really mean it, an unbelievable executive.
Gold looks
unbelievable
horrendous.
guy, one
So
of the
does
most
silver, though. But
successful
silver was already down this much.
companies, and who's,
Gold
by the
looks a
way,
little
spending
worse.
Hundreds of billions of dollars right now he's building. He told me the other day he's building.
Like, we were down
6
4 on
major
silver the other
plants in
day
the
when gold was only
United
down
States.
0.5.
You know why he's doing that?
So
Because
gold's
of
down
tariffs.
1.3 now.
He's doing that because of tariffs. Without tariffs, he wouldn't be doing it. Nobody understood tariffs until I came
Okay,
along.
SPY new low.
Nobody
Volatility
understood-
picking up a little
other
bit.
than President
Unfortunately,
McKinley,
we're
he
already
understood him a
dumping
long
into
time
that, and then
ago.
you got a little
And
bit of
because
fuel on the
him,
flame after the
we
Hassett
were the
comments.
richest nation
That just
we
started to
ever
move
were
shit.
at
Yeah,
that
oil's
period
not
of
moving.
time.
So that's what I'm saying.
then,
It seems like it's more fiscal
When he
than
died, he was
geopolitical or
assassinated.
anything else.
Teddy
broader.
Roosevelt came over and he inherited a war chest, and he built the Panama Canal, which is the single most expensive thing ever built in the history of the United States, relatively. We spent what would be the equivalent of $5 trillion building the Panama Canal. It was also the most successful thing probably we've ever built, and to this day. And then Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. This is the same theory we have on favored nations. The great Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter, gave it away for $1. We lost 38,000 men. In those days it was men, I hate to say this, but mostly men. They didn't have a lot of women workers on the Panama Canal. But we lost 38,000 people.
Thanks
They died
for the
from
lesson
malaria
on that, Trump.
and snake bites. It was a combination of that, a vicious snake, one of the most vicious. You get hit, you're dead. They died from snake bites. 38,000. They paid workers from the United States 3 times more than they made to come over to Panama and dig. For many of them, that was not a good deal. They died, 38,000. We gave it away for that. But that same stupidity having to do with the Panama Canal, and I could tell you about 100 other stories too.
Yeah, Bitcoin
Don't
took
have
a
time.
stick. Anything financial
that's what
related.
went
It's just
into
responding to Hassett.
This whole thing with favored nations. So Europe and other nations all over the world were getting drugs from the same plant, same factory, same everything, same location, everything, same company, for a tiny fraction of what we're paying. So our people were paying a tremendous amount. So the gentleman from Eli Lilly and others, we had a meeting, and they all finally put up their hands. You got us. We give up. And they were great from that time. But we had a problem. The other nations weren't going for it. France turned it down. Germany turned it down. UK turned it down. European Union turned it down. The whole group. And they said, there's nothing you can do about it, sir. I said, yes, there is. No, there isn't. You'll never be able to get them up. The whole industry is going to be torn apart. I said, we'll get them up easily. Are you crazy? Of course we'll get them up. That's what I do for a living. I get people up. So I started with President Macron of France, and a very nice person. I like him a lot. I hope he's listening because he doesn't believe that, but I do. He's a nice man. And I said, Emmanuel. Yes, Donald, thank you so much for calling.
Donald.
I said, you're not going to like this call. You're going to have to get your drug prices up. No, I will not do that. I said, Emmanuel, we're paying 13 times more than, 13 times, not 13%, 13 times more than you are for this pill. I rattled off some numbers that are crazy. You know the numbers I'm talking about, Oz. Oz would give me some numbers. I'd say, this is crazy. We're paying 10 times, 12 times, 13 times. No, I will not do that. I said, look, you've got to do it 100%.
That's his French accent.
No, Donald, I told you I will not do that.
No, Donald.
I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. If you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on all goods, wine, champagnes, and everything else coming into the United States of America. He said, Donald, I would love to do this for you. It would be a great honor to do it. And that's where it began. And I went through country after country.
Pepsi's starting to move. Remember, that could be from the event.
Those leaders on the thing. Susie, by the way, stand up, Susie. She is doing such a good job. She's the first female chief of staff. And she might be the best chief of staff, too. But she's doing a great job. Thank you, Susie. Susie got him on. And I just went one after another. I called Germany. No, we will not do that. They said, no, we're going to put a 25% tariff, which is, by the way, about 7 times more than they would have to pay by raising their drug. Like 7 times. This wasn't like a little bit more. 7 times more. And I may do that for Greenland, too. I may put a tariff on countries if they don't go along with Greenland, because we need Greenland for national security. So I may do that. I'll give you a little. I'll take you out of that. In fact, that'll end up being the story. But actually, this is a much bigger story because we're reducing healthcare by numbers that you haven't seen. So I spoke to the top 10 countries. They all said no, and within about 2 minutes, they all agreed. And we were off to the races. And now we have favored nations. It's called most.
Yeah, Trump may put
nations.
Tariffs on green. Watch, that's going to help out some of the minerals in those places.
Let's say
like we were saying, those are a little bit better.
$30 instead of $10. We are going to pay that 20 or 30. We pay the lowest price, whatever the lowest price is. So if France is paying $100, but Germany's paying $20, we pay what Germany pays. So we go from a horrible situation on drugs, prescription drugs, to the lowest price anywhere in the world. Is that a correct statement, Oz? Because they're going to blame you. If you want to correct me, you can, but you won't be here for long if you do. They'll
You're
say,
correct,
Oz
Mr. President.
has left employment. No, but is that a correct statement?
Yeah, spy's still
That's
dumping.
absolutely correct statement. And that's what we want to codify in the great healthcare plan.
Yeah.
That's
what
why
we're
it's so
codifying.
important.
That's
Because
right.
if the president's not here, there's a flight risk with these companies not obliging us anymore, because I think it's the strength of your personality, but also they know they will follow through with the threats if we don't act. So we believe other countries will change their opinions, and so will drug companies. So we've got to get it into legislation.
Well, if you have the wrong president, the countries have tremendous influence over us. They look, why did we go to an income tax system instead of a tariff system? We had the wealthiest nation. If you go back to the 1800s, 1887, we had money, so much money we didn't know what to do with it. But the countries at that time, same, no different. They have a tremendous influence over this country for whatever reason, I don't know, but they do. So if you have the wrong president, they'll change the system in 2 minutes. I mean, they'll change it. And the drug companies are very powerful too. You have to deal with them. In this case, it was both. I mean, you had a problem with the drug companies, but you had a tougher problem in theory, other than the fact that I understood how to deal with them. And I'm the tariff king, and the tariff king has done a great job. And I hope we win the Supreme Court case, because if we don't, be a shame for our country. Be a shame. We have a great, safe, beautiful country now. We're doing better than we've ever done. We hit 42 stock market highs during the 11-month period that I've been here. There's never been anything like it. Stock market's hitting a new high again today. So it's it's been incredible. So just to end it on this, because it's such a big subject and it can't be explained by reading. As good as my speechwriter is, he's fantastic, but he can't write it in one sentence what we're talking about. So we're going to get most favored nations. We will be taking prescription drugs down to levels never even contemplated. And that's all great for healthcare, because when you're paying a tiny fraction of what you had anticipated paying prior to today, prior to this month, this all took place over the last month and a half. And the sad part is that when we first announced it, and we did it in a little bit more general form, when we first announced it, the Times did a story on page 22 or something, way back in the little story in the back of the newspaper. This is the biggest revolution in the history of medicine in this country, because it's price. You're going to buy the drugs for a small fraction of what you were paying for them last month. And I tell the story of my first term. I was the one, after 28 years, that got drug prices down. It was either 1/4 or 1/8 of 1%. I got them down for the year. First time in 28 years. I was so proud of myself, I called a news conference. I said, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 28 years, drug prices have gone down for the year. 1/8 of a point. In fact, I had a chart. It was the worst chart I've ever seen. It was a line that went from January to December, and it was dead straight. You had to get a little, like a carpenter uses to see. I said, this doesn't look good. It's not the greatest line, but I was proud of it, because it did. It went down either 1/4 of a point or 1/8 of a point, tiny. And now think of what we're doing. We're bringing medicine down by many times. Nobody's ever seen. And there are two ways of calculating. You could say 1,000%, 2,000, or you could say 90% or 80%. The Democrats want you to say 90 or 80, but there are two ways of calculating it. You understand that, Dan? And we'll take either way, it doesn't matter. But we'll be paying a tiny fraction. So that's going to go into our plan. And what Oz said is very important. It's very important that whoever is in this office is, strong and intelligent. And if they're not, they could, it could be ended. But what we want to do is we want to have it codified, so it's very hard to change. And that's all part of the process. I think it's the greatest revolution, because it's financial is, a big part of the drugs. And all of the doctors sitting there know exactly what I'm talking about. They have their patients in Europe, and they're saying, I can't believe it. I'm buying the same thing for, 15% of what I pay in New York or in Chicago. And they're all nodding their heads. That's right. It's not going to happen anymore. We pay now, just to end it, the lowest price in the world, whatever that is. That's what the United States of America will be paying. Isn't that an amazing, long story? I was going to say long, boring. It's not boring. To me, it's long and exciting. It's the biggest thing to happen to healthcare. I don't think there's anything we can do. We can do all of our different methods, but there's nothing we can do that can ever top what we do. And the press should treat it fairly instead of not writing about it, because they don't write about it because it's me. Primarily because it's me, but also because it's Republican. And they don't write about it, and they should be ashamed. But fortunately, the public understands it, and that's why we won the election in a landslide. So it's a great thing. Instead of Americans paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far, by 10 times sometimes, will now pay the lowest cost paid by the lowest nation. So the lowest nation, whatever that is, I hope they negotiate a great deal. I hope somebody out there of all those nations is going to be a better negotiator than everybody else. And whatever they get, we get, Mike. Is that pretty good? Look at Mike, even Laura, first time I've ever seen him smile. And next, our plan would reduce your insurance premiums by stopping government payoffs to big insurance companies and sending the money directly to the people. So instead of, and this started, and I'm not really a healthcare maven, but I was always a good businessman. I saw that I'm reading the paper and I see the money that the insurance companies were making from us on Obamacare, and they're up by 1,000%, I think one was up 1,723%, 1,700%. And it's because of the massive amount of money that's sent to them by the United States government. And I said, why don't we just send it directly to the people instead? And I made that statement. It was a common sense statement. I didn't check with anybody. I didn't even call Oz or anybody. It just made sense. I made a statement, and it went viral. Can you believe it? It was so popular. In other words, we cut out the insurance companies. They're making a fortune. And, you know, they're good people. They're business people. I don't blame them. But we cut them out. We pay the money directly to the people. The people love it. I said it, I said it as a non-professional in that business. And I made the statement like, all of a sudden, it's like the biggest story, that one, the biggest story. And I get a call from Caroline, who's around here someplace. She said, sir, we're getting inundated. Margot called me too. Margot, you called me too. Margot, everyone knows Margot. She's been here from the beginning, right from the beginning. But she said, sir, both of them. They said, sir, we're being inundated by what? You made a statement about health care being paid directly to the people into health savings accounts or whatever you want, health care accounts. And I said, I did. What's the story? He said, it's crazy. It's blown up. People loved it. And so that's where we started. So Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich. It really was. I mean, maybe not knowingly at the time by Obama, because he didn't know much about this stuff. It was designed by other people in Congress that are total pros that are bought off by the insurance companies. And the problem we'll have with this is we'll get no Democrat votes, even though it should be very bad for them if they don't. But maybe you'll get some. You'll call some of your friends, fellas, and Bob, you'll call some of your friends over on the other side. I don't know how they can reject it. It's just so popular. It's so compelling. So Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich with taxpayer subsidies, and I want that extra money straight to the health savings accounts for you. And you can choose your own health care. You go out and negotiate your own health care. It makes people entrepreneurs, mini entrepreneurs. They'll pick the health care that's best for them because it's so different. A young person, they need health care for different reasons, and an old person doesn't need certain things that a young person needs, and vice versa. To further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to insurance brokers and corporate middlemen. We're getting rid of the middlemen. How long have you heard doctors, all these doctors over there, they look so smart. They're all brilliant people. I assume you're brilliant, otherwise you wouldn't be here, right? I assume we have the best. Do we have the best of the doctors? I would imagine, right? Hey, how cool is the White House, okay? They're always in operating rooms. I wouldn't want to be in an I don't like operating rooms, but they do. But how cool is the White House, right? The coolest place on earth. And this is where it all begins. This is where we came up with a little concept about a place called Venezuela. How did that work out? And this is going to be the same thing in terms of its precision. Its importance is so big. It's going to work just like that. Venezuela was so amazing, but I equate that to other things because we can do other things like that. It doesn't always have to be a Minnesota where everything is corrupt, where they have healthcare centers that nobody shows up and somebody's making millions of dollars, where they have daycare centers where there are no kids. It's a scam. It's a big scam. It's like a horrible thing. We have a country that was great. We have a country that's now great again. It's really come a long way. Make America Great Again is almost going to be obsolete because our country is very close to, we were going to keep America great. We may have to switch to keep America great. But I don't know. There's something about MAGA we should never change it. Susie said, don't change. We like MAGA. Everybody likes MAGA. So we want to make this precision, just like a Venezuela, just like the attack on the Iran nuclear weapons, which wiped that out, just like all of the other things we do, they're precision. We want to make it the opposite of Minnesota, California, and all these places that are so badly run. So to further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to those insurance brokers and corporate middlemen that you've been hearing about for so long. It also funds the so-called cost-sharing reduction program to bring down the cost of the most common plans on the exchanges by more than 15%. And next, the great health care plan mandates unprecedented accountability and transparency from insurance companies and all health care providers. We want transparency. You're not allowed to ask a doctor how much is it going to cost. You're going to have your heart ripped out, and you're not allowed to negotiate. This is a giant scam. It's, in certain ways, look, nothing can compare to most favored nations. But when you give yourself the right to negotiate, you're not allowed to even ask how much it costs. You're supposed to go into a hospital and get operated on. Then they send you a bill and you have to file for bankruptcy. Not going to let that happen. So we're going to have insurance companies and healthcare providers going to have great, and hospitals, great transparency. The word transparency is a very important word. So they can't get away with ripping you off any longer. It requires insurance companies to make it easy for you to compare plans. You got to be able to compare plans. You can't do that now. You're not allowed to do that. It's not even believable. I'll tell you what. I used to sit before I was a politician home, and I used to say, how is that possible? Things happen that, I guess it's just the forces of nature, the forces of power.
Do you guys want me to tell you?
You end up with very, very badly treated people.
I'll put it
and they
this
won't
way.
Stand for it. But these forces are
I
going
bought
to
something for the
release,
long term.
an earthquake of reduced
Yeah, I was
price
shocked. I
healthcare.
have an idea.
You're going to have massively reduced costs. This
I
is no
decided
longer
to do
cut it
something.
by the famous 1/8 of
So
a
I don't
penny.
know. How did you
You're gonna
guys
have
like it last
massively
time?
reduced
Where I
healthcare,
didn't tell you and then you
it's
had
gonna
to
be
wait till the
massively
video.
better. You're gonna
I
have
liked
great
it. I
healthcare
think
at a much
too.
lower
That way
price,
there
which
wasn't
is
a rush.
The two things we want.
And then that
great
way y'all
healthcare,
wouldn't
and we
just
want
buy
low
it
price. You're
in
gonna
a
have great
frenzy.
healthcare at low price.
And then
Now
even if
you
it
have
goes up, you
terrible
can't be like,
healthcare.
it's because you bought it,
At high
Josh. I mean,
price.
last time I ain't tell shit. I
Yeah,
ripped
horrible,
7% before I even
horrible
told you.
Obamacare.
So you can't. I don't know. What are
Like
you
everything else
feeling,
he did,
man?
It was crap. It was a horrible plan. It was from day one and should have never been approved. It was a very sad night that night when there was a thumb raised. Most
Let me see. I'll
importantly,
think
will
about it. Well,
require
we'll see
any
when this is
hospital
over.
or
But yeah, I did buy
who
something for the
accepts
long
Medicare
term.
and Medicaid to prominently
Not a
post
recommendation.
all prices. You're going to post your prices.
You got to be.
at their
Just
place
go
of
look at your
business.
portfolio.
Something they don't have to do. Something they're not even allowed to do. We'll have the maximum price transparency, and the cost will come down just by that. Not even talking about favored nations. The price will come down. So just in conclusion, I'm calling on Congress to pass this framework into law so that we can get immediate relief to the American people, including rural America. And I hope to get Democrat votes. They know, they saw it. I know a lot of Democrats. And they say that plan is unbelievable. Are you going to vote? Well, I'm going to try. They have tremendous pressure on them. Vote no. Vote no. We have a couple of Republicans. Thomas Massey always votes no. He's like, something wrong with the guy. If you have any clinical psychiatrists in there, maybe go check out his mind. But he always votes no. He's a very bad person. He's a very bad Republican, bad American when you always vote no. Just vote no. Do you approve? No. You know, there's not a thing you can say to him either, Lola. Look, Lola wants to be nice. He likes to get along with everybody. I don't. But they vote no. But so I don't know. You know, you have some people, they're very, I call him Rand Paul Jr. Rand Paul always votes. I don't know why he votes no, but I guess he thinks it's good politics. I got him elected twice. If I didn't endorse him, he wouldn't have been elected. But he doesn't reciprocate, and I guess that's okay.
don't you throw that
But I
shade on
wanna
my
hear
name,
now,
brother.
If I could, from Dr. Oz, and then we're
Last
gonna have
time I
Dan
didn't
Sullivan
tell
say a
anybody.
few words, and
Even if you
Rob
had the
and
locked
Mike,
in, they didn't get any
and,
special advantage.
Governor, you're going to say a few
I've
words,
been giving a
and
lot of
we
y'all
appreciate
the
you
same
very
stuff
much. You're
this
doing
year.
a fantastic job.
So remember, y'all want
I
to
just
play
wanna
that
leave
game?
by saying
Ooh!
that
But
this
yeah,
is the biggest thing to
last
ever
time I made
happen to
everybody
healthcare
wait.
in our country.
If you
It
have
will
been
not be
listening, though,
covered
I mean, I've given a
that
lot of
way
ideas
by
as of lately.
the fake news. And that's
But yeah,
the
you
sad
do
thing.
need to let your portfolio
It
speak
will
to
probably
you.
not
We
be
brought up a
voted
couple of different
positively by
ideas
the
the other day,
Democrats,
just
and
in
that's the
sense
sad
of,
thing.
again, you guys
We
were
all
asking
know
great
how good it
questions.
is.
I'd answer them.
I think we can
But
make
essentially,
healthcare into a Republican issue.
If you
because the
have too much
Republicans are
growth,
gonna be
you should be
closely
getting some
unanimous on
value.
this. It should
If you have
be
too much
unanimous.
value,
Maybe
you
we
should be
won't
getting some
unanimous,
growth.
but it'll be close.
You have more than 20% cash,
But
you
we
should
have a small
move.
majority. We
In my
probably
case, I
need a
had
little bit of
10%
help
cash
from the
on one, and the
Democrats.
other one wasn't as
Whatever
much.
we can do,
But you got to find
we're
that
gonna
out
do
and
it.
let your
It's
portfolio
the biggest thing to
communicate.
happen to healthcare, maybe from the beginning. So Oz, would you take it away, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, thank you for standing up for American healthcare. And I just want to underline this fundamentally important issue. We need Congress to help craft the Great America Healthcare Plan. And the Great Healthcare Plan will work. It's a brilliantly conceived framework. And as it comes to the American people, they understand that they'll want it. And it should represent the analogous situation, similar to what you did so brilliantly last spring with the Working Families Tax Cut legislation that the President mentioned, has created the Rural Health Transformation Fund, which is why we're here today. I want to put a little bit of texture around why this is such an important issue, because the Rural Health Transformation Fund is the largest investment ever in American history in our rural communities. 50% increase in the amount of money that Medicaid, which Secretary Kennedy and I regulate, into our rural communities, $50 billion. You can do the math, it's $1 billion per state, and that's an important factor because it got them competing. There are 60 million rural Americans, and these folks do not have access to the same care that's available in urban and suburban America. Their life expectancy, if they're in a vulnerable situation, is 9 years shorter. Because your zip code actually is your destiny. It determines how long you're going to live, and we can make a dent in this because the high rates of chronic disease and other ailments that plague our rural areas are often driven because they don't have access to care. That's going to change because of the Sentinel legislation. And again, it's similar teams, the same leadership, same president, same Congress that passed the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which is incredibly popular around the country and will make the great healthcare plan successful as well. From the day the legislation was signed to create this wonderful fund, this transformational fund, the team at CMS, which is under Secretary Kennedy, began working. And they're here today. Steph Carlton, outstanding Chief of Staff, Alina Chekai, and Emily Chan. That day started working. It was July the 4th, by the way, on the specific vision for the program. How do you actually get the money out the door in 6 months? The president was insistent, did not want the money in Washington. So we began working closely to make sure that we'd use the money not as a Band-Aid, but to empower those closest to the challenges that rural patients face. And who are those people? The 50 people who know rural health care the best? The governors. They wanted the money out of Washington into the governor's hands, and that was done in a remarkable way. The governors thought big. We have one here from Nebraska who's actually the first to start working on community engagement, which is part of that legislation as well. But we have to right-size health care in rural America, and that's an important phrase. All 50 states submitted amazing ideas to transform rural health care in ways that should have been done decades ago. The CMS team awarded each team their portion of the $50 billion investment precisely with the same precision that we took Venezuela leadership, convicted individual, and with Iran as well, the same precision on time before the end of the year, and got it out of Washington into the states. Now I want us to take a step back and do a little thought experiment, Mr. President, if you want to do this. If you, and God forbid this happened, had turned your head the other way in Butler, Pennsylvania, it wouldn't have been an ear injury. Now, I've been to Butler. I'm from Pennsylvania. Butler General Hospital is a good hospital. They don't have neurosurgery there. If you have an injury to the head, you have a golden hour to get cared for. You were taken to Butler General Hospital. Because the injury, thankfully, was not as lethal as it was designed to be, it wasn't a problem. If you'd had a head injury, you could have had your life saved. But without a neurosurgeon...
Fed Collins, no comment on monetary policy outlook.
Unfortunately, you wouldn't have an option because Pittsburgh is a far, far ride away. That's the closest metropolitan area where there are lots of neurosurgeons. But with this bill, this legislation rather, this funding of $50 billion, Pennsylvania got its share. And they're going to be able to build telemedicine hookups.
Given risks, Fed should not signal a pause in rate cutting campaign.
Individual in a car accident
Fed comments kind of bullish. Bowman. Collins was a little shitty.
Across the country to be able to access the best care our nation has to offer, so rural America will not suffer. That's the promise of what this money offers to our nation.
And then make those other ones free. If you grab the other one in the morning, that one with the Twitter drama, those went up 100 and something percent. I mean, you don't have to make it free, but that was a hitter.
The way we save lives in rural America. Each state competed aggressively because for $1 billion, Mr. President, you'll fight pretty hard. And they gave us brilliant ideas that they're talking with each other about. So we're actually creating teams that now across state lines will connect because they're all Americans. And they base their advances on several pillars. Secretary Kennedy can talk about MAHA because there's MAHA elements to this as well, but very precisely sustainable access. We asked states, how can we
Lunar,
bring
you get
top
past
care
23
closer,
on Lunar, it
like
gets a
in the
little
thought
crazy.
experiment I gave you for
Hasn't
Butler
been here.
General.
That was the spot.
In Pennsylvania and North Carolina, they're regional spoke.
Yeah, all those places are up 50%
models,
now.
And hub and spoke means you've got a big hospital in the city, and they adopt or work closely with some rural hospitals to solve the challenges of fragmented care. And that actually works. You share administrative back office work, you group purchase your stuff, you save money, you exchange medical records. Alabama has no OBGYNs in many of their counties. So they're doing something pretty cool. They're actually having robots do ultrasounds on these pregnant moms. So we can actually get those images back to the big center. So we know if the child has a problem, and we know if that mother's at risk. We have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, in the country with the best medicine in the world. It's often stated, people ask, does healthcare stink in America? Well, they don't like it. Would you leave America to get healthcare elsewhere? Nobody leaves. We have the best healthcare if you can get to it. We don't want rural America left behind anymore. As an aside, by the way, we've talked about the most favored nation drug pricing.
Dude.
One of the first companies in areas we used most favored nation drug pricing is fertility drugs. That's why we're going to have so many Trump babies, because we've dropped dramatically the most expensive part of the fertility space. And so America no longer will pay so many times more.
Have I
in that
looked
case,
at
it was 10
Iron?
times
No.
more
What
for the
is
same fertility drugs?
I don't think I was
that they're
talking about it for the
available
first
moms
3
who wanna
days of
get
the stream
pregnant
since
in
I
Europe.
came back. No. What's that?
I want to thank Terry, who's here as a nurse practitioner. Andrew is a doctor, West Virginia, New Mexico. They're representatives of the workforce in rural America. But they're only
I haven't heard about. Have you heard about space stocks too?
We don't
I
have
haven't.
enough people working in rural America.
I don't know.
It's a big challenge. So Delaware is creating its own medical school, their first ever medical school in a rural part of the state. So that can get more local talent that will stay local in those parts of Delaware. Michigan is launching the high school to healthcare pipeline grant program. They want to take kids out of high school in Michigan, local rural communities, and get them into the system, get them trained as nurses, because they'll stay home because they're from those communities, and they'll save lives for decades there. These are the types of programs that can get our rural communities and economies up to high gear and keep it that way long after this 5-year funding is done.
NVIDIA?
And finally, tech innovation. Rural communities would benefit the most
things
from
they put in
high-tech
the cars,
advances,
right?
like we just discussed, as possibly if there was a head trauma case. Many states want to partner with our CMS data interoperability network. Was created by Amy Gleason, who spearheaded so much of the technology transformation in our government. It's going to support the president's pledge to provide transparency that he mentioned as part of the great healthcare plan. And Congress can ensure these are all available for decades to come if we can get this legislation through. As in the tech innovation forefront, just to give you a couple examples, Texas and Hawaii are making targeted investments in statewide telehealth, so everybody has telehealth. The best doctors for the best knowledge available where you are. We'll meet you where you are. If you're a vet and depressed and you're thinking of taking your life, we'll be there. Just let us know you're in trouble and we'll help. Alaska wants to deploy, and I'm going to hand it to Senator Sullivan in a second, wants to deploy unmanned pharmaceutical distribution kiosks and drones that will deliver medications, because in the North Slope of Alaska, you can't get there this time of year. So these technologies, they exist. Why are we using them in Midtown Manhattan? We should use them in rural Alaska. This administration is committed to collaborating with all 50 states, all 50, red and blue, all 50 states, to carry out bold plans to tackle the challenges that local communities face. We're not pouring funds blindly, however, into a broken system. We're going to carefully, precisely, as the president said, target this investment. With healthcare fund running rampant, and I was in Minnesota this week, Mr. President, it's worse than we've heard, but Minnesota, pardon the pun, is just the tip of the iceberg. California is the varsity team when it comes to fraud, waste, and abuse. We're not going to let that happen. We want transparency.
Cali's the varsity team.
We owe it to Capitol Hill, we owe it to this president, and we want accountability to be a top priority. For that reason, we've created an Office of Rural Health Transformation at CMS for long-term oversight. The office, led by Alina, check guide Alina again, was one of the people who helped create this program in the forefront, will guide, she was in the first administration, Mr. President. She's going to guide states in implementing their rural health transformation plans, coordinate all the federal and state partnerships, making sure there's appropriate oversight. In addition, every single state is going to have a dedicated project officer. We will be there with you. We're going to help you. Please engage us. You've got lots of lives at risk. It's a true state-federal partnership, unbelievable extraordinary milestone for healthcare. Your zip code will no longer dictate whether you have excellent healthcare. Your zip code will no longer be your destiny. It's not going to dictate your life expectancy. Mr. President, I cannot thank you enough for the leadership that it took to get this $50 billion investment in rural healthcare. They don't make a lot of noise. They just want to get the job done. You stood up for them in Congress. God bless you.
All right, man. Spy back to you're back to where those Hassett comments came in, but like gold and silver is still a little whacked off it.
Sullivan, who's a spectacular member of the Senate.
Chilled out though.
Alaska.
Bonds are actually probably the biggest victim out of all that.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. And Mr. President, I am very honored to be here. This is a really exciting day. I want to thank you, sir, and your team. Worked really closely with Dr. Oz, Secretary Kennedy, many others. You know, this is a great example of how Congress, working closely with your administration, can achieve historic things. This is historic for our rural health care, certainly, in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. You combine it with what you were talking about, sir, in terms of drug price reductions for all Americans. So these are two things that are happening right now in our historic, and I agree 100% with you, Mr. President, hasn't got a lot of press, even though it is historic. It's going to really impact people in rural America, especially my state, this fund that I want to talk about. But what you've done on the drug pricing is even...
Ben, will you get Lisa Murkowski to vote for it?
She voted for it.
No, are you going to get her to vote for the great, big, beautiful health care bill that we're doing?
When we get that, I think MFN drug pricing, I bet every member of Congress votes for that.
Are you going to get her to vote for it?
We'll work on it, sir. We'll work on it. So let me actually talk a little bit about the context of what's going on in Alaska and how this relates to it. You know, after 4 years of being locked up and shut down by the previous administration, we are on the cusp of achieving some huge goals in my state that we've been working on for decades. We have this huge resource development boom going on the North Slope of Alaska. I was with a bunch of the Inupiat Alaska Native people who live up there. They are so excited about what's happening there. We are, as you know, Mr. President, building icebreakers. We're home porting some of those in Alaska. We have huge historic
all right, you're moving back up, and Eli Lilly, a couple of those drug names still holding their games.
Investments happening. In particular, the gas line that you have championed so much, the big LNG project. All of these things are happening. It's really exciting. By the way, all of these issues I just talked about, all of those were in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, so there's a lot of excitement. But, Mr. President, in addition to a strong economy, the thousands of jobs that these projects are going to have,
hey, yo, check DT.
Healthcare system.
Pictet Asset Management discloses 5% stake,
Alaska,
actively engaging with company. That came out like a minute or two ago. It's not circulated yet.
When it comes to investing in healthcare in America. And that's not happening anymore after the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. As you said, Mr. President, as Dr. Oz said, this is the biggest investment in rural
pretty dead volume-wise
in history. $50 billion. The award, the great state of Alaska.
Wait, was it Dynatrace on that list, or am I tripping?
With Dr. Oz, and the parameters of the bill was about $1.4 billion over 5 years to transform our healthcare system. So
they're not trying to buy it. They're just trying to
get them to do better.
Money. Activists.
This bill isn't just about money. The reason it's so impactful is that it's focused on letting states and governors design the system that they need. Alaska has many unique healthcare challenges, Mr. President, as you know, but for decades, the mentality in Washington, D.C. is this approach to one size fits all. D.C. tells every state, here's how you have to do it. And it never works. It never works. It certainly doesn't work in my state. I'll just give you one example. The federal match on Medicaid. Our state typically has the lowest match in the country, even though we have the highest healthcare costs and highest delivery costs in the country. The one size fits all doesn't work. This bill is different. This bill that we wrote with your administration is all about allowing states to design a system that works for them with CMS guidance, and this will be a generational opportunity for every state to bring health care closer to home, to make it more responsive to the people who live in that state, and make it more affordable. I'll just end with this, Mr. President. Like I said, a lot of excitement. We got Governor Dunleavy, who sends his greetings, was hosting the stakeholders in Alaska.
Yeah, bro, no, I think I'm
We're
really
gonna be
fucking early
applying
on
for
that
these
DT
funds,
news.
working with CMS and our state.
It was even a couple minutes ago.
over
I
the
don't
last
see it
couple
really
days,
anywhere.
Over 300 people come in these meetings on how to use this transformation fund to better healthcare in Alaska.
It came from a filing.
And this is going to help my constituents, going to help every American, and it is really exciting. And I want to thank again you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, and your team.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. We're going to have to go very fast. We're going to have to go we are way behind
Yeah, it's
schedule.
the Swiss,
and
baby.
I have a couple of meetings that are very important.
Oh, what the
Nothing
fuck?
more important than this, but let's go. Come on, Bob. Rob?
Fire
Yeah,
up.
bro.
Mr. President, thank you.
Oh,
very
they've
much for
been
having me
buying
here
this
today.
shit.
And I represent northeastern Pennsylvania.
Oh, but they've been
Governor
buying it since
Scranton,
November.
Pennsylvania, So never had the opportunity to meet. But I inherited a very similar problem. But before I was even sworn into office, I had two hospitals, Moses Taylor and Regional in Scranton, that were eminently facing closure. And it's been, and working with Dr. Oz, Administrator Oz, and the CMS team has been absolutely incredible on so many levels. And thank you again for intervening and shepherding us through that process. But when you're looking at Pennsylvania, we're going to receive over $193 million. In 5 years, it'll be over $1 billion for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And when you think about northeastern Pennsylvania, clinics and regional hospitals, rural hospitals are the backbones of our communities. So making a targeted investment that is not just going to Band-Aid over poor operational procedures, it's going to actually transform rural healthcare. That's what we are so excited about. Pike County in my district is the largest growing county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania where there's not a hospital. The nearest commute to a hospital is over 55 minutes away. So these are going to be funds that will be so imperative. The unprecedented investment is going to be incredible.
I'm talking about
thank you
DT, the
for
one in the
having me
bottom
up
right.
here and being a part of
But
this
look,
journey.
the filing,
Rob.
dog. They've been buying this since November.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Anywhere from $39 to
This is a
like
great opportunity to be here
$47,
with you and your team.
$46.90.
Dr. Oz has been a tremendous asset.
So yeah,
The
they
$50
bought 5 or
billion
6% of the
commitment
company,
to
and now
rural
they're
health,
5.1%, 15 million
transformation is
shares.
critical. New
And they're
York State
trying
is gonna
to,
see about
they want
$212
them to
million in the
align their
first
business
year,
practices.
which is vital for workforce development, access to care, primary, behavioral, maternal, emergency, telemedicine, et cetera. How were we able to do it? Because we rooted out waste, fraud, and abuse in the system. Democrats
Spies
like to
at
say
break
we cut
even.
$1 trillion
Russell's
in
up a
Medicaid.
quarter.
That's not what
NASDAQ
we
even
did.
at break even too.
We said you need to be eligible. You need to be a citizen. You need to work if you are able-bodied without dependent children. We reined in the provider tax and state-directed payments, which have exploded over years. And we are taking this money, not only preserving Medicaid for the IDD community, our seniors, our children, our single mothers, but we're investing it in rural health. When you look at Obamacare, health insurance premiums have risen 96% since Obamacare took effect. Insurance revenues up 2,000%. Mr. President, you are 1,000% correct that the insurance companies are the problem. They wrote Obamacare, it's to their benefit, and the American people are being screwed. And so we can get a bipartisan agreement on what you are trying to do. When it comes to lowering drug prices, I will tell you, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies is in my district in Westchester County. I met with them in 2024 and I said, what would you do to lower drug prices? And the response was, go after the European price controls. You are spot on taking on the price controls that have been put in place. Most favored nation is the single best thing we can do to lower prescription drug prices here in America. The pharmaceutical companies will tell you that privately. And that is the fundamental fact. We need to go after PBM reform. Associated health care plans, we put that on the floor. Every Democrat voted against it, every Republican for it. Those would reduce costs by 11% because businesses, small businesses, would be able to pool together and purchase health care plans at a lower rate. We need to go after the PBMs. and make sure that insurance companies are not owning providers and owning PBMs. That is what is driving up the cost of healthcare in this country.
Big money manager in Switzerland.
About IVF. I've been a big champion on this. We need to make
I want to
sure
say
the
my girl
insurance
worked there at
companies
one
cover
point.
it. I also have a tax bill to provide tax incentives to Americans.
Yeah, they're very
and
well
what
known.
you have done to lower IVF costs on the
Nobody,
drugs
I mean,
is
honestly, this
critical,
thing is not
and
even
you are
circulated at
1000%
all,
correct
so
on expanding
could become
HSAs.
lighter or
I
just
fundamentally
maybe people
believe
go crazy,
that
but
we can address the
there's
issues
literally
with
just all from a
Obamacare,
SC13.
make sure that the
But I don't see a lot of people picking up on it. It's
access
10
to
minutes old
care
now.
At a lower rate.
It's like
We
8
can
minutes
get
old.
a bipartisan agreement to address the EPTC with expansion of HSAs so that the money goes to the people and not the insurance companies. We are committed to working to get this done, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, gigantic thank you, and thank you for your incredible leadership. Your courage gives me more courage to say it the way it is. We're working very hard in Nebraska.
We're really
to run
early. You just got to get
government
lucky on it
business.
now.
This investment
That's it.
into rural America, which, by the way,
You could, again, that's why I said if you were in the money, that would have been the better
85%.
idea there to
I don't know
catch
what the
it.
hell's wrong with the other 15, but your 85 is a pretty good number. I think, be very, very brief. This plan will allow us to do common sense, pragmatic investments in rural Nebraska, and they will be sustainable. We will make sure that we don't need another dollar after 5 years. We are working on simple things like food. Real food is
been a
good
very
medicine.
long meeting, yeah.
We're working on making sure that
We got
all of our
news, we got the
veterans-
plays from
Nebraska's
earlier, you got a lot of
500
stuff
miles
during
long,
this, man.
250 miles wide. No longer are veterans going to have to drive to Omaha to get care. We're going to take care of our veterans at home. Investments in technology so we can educate our children in rural Nebraska to provide health care are really, really important issues. And I think
All right,
that,
I got
the other
100
is
something
we've
on the dailies,
developed
just
what we
under
call 6
200%.
regions, 1 Nebraska, and that will focus and take advantage of those. So we're working on what we have and then being able to use these resources to also help us with mental health and drug care as well. So we're incredibly grateful. Nebraska, we work hard. We're about faith, family, hard work, the American dream, and we don't ask for much help in rural Nebraska. So we're really grateful for this investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. 1 minute.
How about 30 seconds? How about 30 seconds, sir? As a small town kid from Glen Rose, Texas, population 1,200, where I grew up, what you are doing today changes everything. And on behalf of our farmers and our ranchers in rural America, it is a new day, and we're so grateful. The final thing I'll say is I think about Abraham Lincoln, who also sat in this room, and I think about other presidents throughout American history.
Abraham, yeah,
And you
you got a
think
couple
about how the
100% on those.
fundamental
The ones with
course
time
of
haven't
American
moved as
history
much
has
yet, but
changed in certain
I think
pivotal
now
points
this
throughout
is the
history.
getting lucky point.
I think about you as the peace president. 8 wars solved, more coming. I think about you as
that
the
hit, bro.
security president. A border that is secure for the first
Thank
time
you,
in
filings.
time in American history. I think about you as the prosperity president. We talk about Kevin wages going up.
But Josh,
You're
I'm on a
more than
delay.
1 minute.
Nobody in the world has even talked about
No,
this.
I'm almost done.
She
I'm
can
almost
no. She
done.
can speak as long as.
Oh, I love computers.
Almost done. The prosperity president and what's happening. Think about you as the affordability president. Everything is coming down. Inflation is coming down. The cost
said,
of
"Josh, but what
groceries
about
is
the
coming
delay?"
down, fuel, housing,
I-
etc. And sir, today, in the last 2 weeks, you will go down in history as the greatest president for the health of this country in history. Think about our new dietary guidelines from Bobby Kennedy and I, but with your leadership, putting real food back in the middle of our health care conversation. Whole milk for healthy kids with those dairy farmers.
Fuck,
2
I've
days
made
ago.
that free way
We were in
too early.
Pennsylvania talking about it
That's
yesterday.
700% now.
And today, putting the patient and the doctor
Oh, I might be down to
back
ghetto spread
in
it.
charge of health
That was a hitter.
with great leaders like Governor Pillen. God bless you,
Thank
your
you.
leadership,
God bless
and
you.
all of our leaders. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been a great And Terry and Andrew, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. I hear you're just outstanding people and have really helped. We appreciate it. You want to say something?
Thank you, President Trump, and I would just echo everything that's been said here. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I'm from the northwest corner of New Mexico. We also work with the Navajo Nation.
Right.
And so we have a lot of rural areas, and our state and in our county. I'm also a county commissioner. So I take as being a nurse practitioner, a county commissioner.
All right, I got out at 600% on the short ones. I got a little bit more of them, but that's
and,
it.
it will
That was
help
great. I'll take it. You guys got 4% even on your fucking delay.
Which is a huge thing. People have to drive for miles in order to see a healthcare provider, workforce, quality care.
Call it a day.
And sustainability for our hospitals. That's what we're looking at. We meet next week as in Santa Fe.
I haven't even. I'm gonna get another
our
update on a couple of other names
and
too
so
at like
that
9
is-
o'clock.
We're going to be addressing the licensure compact as well.
And they've got to clean up their elections in New Mexico
We're working.
because those elections are so corrupt. It's incredible. If they
Okay.
clean it up, we win by a lot, but they are really corrupt elections. So I think if you want to do this, you have to tell them to start working on that. It's
No, you have
unbelievably
5
one of
minutes
the
for
more
that.
corrupt states.
It don't even
in
matter
terms
what
of
delay
that.
you were on.
But you uncorrupted, so I appreciate you.
Well, the
I don't
northwest
want.
corner.
I don't want to hear it, bro.
I know. I know.
Thank you.
I don't think
Now
that
we
has
have
been
great
reported
love in
anywhere
New
yet.
Mexico,
Now
but
you're
it's,
past the 10-minute
the
mark.
elections are so corrupt, not much you can do about it. We have that with numerous states. Thank you very much. Andrew, thank you very much. You have anything to say?
Mr. President, thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to be here to represent the community. I'm from Northwest Georgia, grew up in West Virginia. To represent my colleagues and my profession, it's truly an honor. This is so important to our patients, to put the physician and the patient back together and take everything else out of the middle.
How long is this meeting,
practice
bro?
in cardiology, having efficient, effective, high-quality care is so important. And time is of the essence, and patients need to be able to have close proximity to their doctors to get the care that they deserve. Quality of care shouldn't matter about the zip code. We should be able to do what we are best at and take care of our patients on an equal playing field, and this certainly helps that. I greatly appreciate all that you've done for the American people. You are an inspiration to us. You make us believe no problem is too big to solve. I mean, you are a representative of that.
That was
And
dirty.
I thank you for your leadership. Thank you for this opportunity to be here, and thank you for putting healthcare at the forefront. It's so important to every patient and every family that we take care of.
I posted it
very
on
much,
Twitter,
Andrew.
but I
Great
still haven't
job.
even seen
Great job,
anybody
you both.
discuss this one.
Amazing. I've heard
No
unbelievable
CNBC,
things.
no Bloomberg.
And
It's actually
doctors in
very.
particular, thank
It's
you
all.
very
It's
much
public
for being
information,
here.
but
We very much appreciate it.
very odd.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Big
Is that
story. Thank you.
it? Okay, time to bounce. Donald Trump, thank you. God bless. Healthcare, baby. All right, Chattadonia. Well, that was fun. I mean, we got to listen, we got to laugh for a little bit. I did add to the long term. I haven't shared that play, but we could talk a little bit about it. I don't know how you guys want to do this, but then you also, that DT news, man, I was just yelling it out for the last like 5 minutes here. A little longer, but that one hit very, very well. Other than that, the market really freaked out on the Kevin Hassett comments. Trump kind of saying where he wants him, and then, yeah, that got bonds, dollar moving. Nothing else. There's been, again, all the defense plays from the morning, all that info that we shared that has been running, as well as, what's it called? Anything related. There was one more. Oh, the healthcare. A couple of biotechs. We had a lot of hitters today, man. So, I told you, be ready for him, baby. Be ready for him. Oh, you see it now? My Twitter stopped working now. Right after I posted it. I don't know if it's on there. Yeah, my Twitter's not moving. Ay. Core weave. Yeah, the meeting's over. But yeah, man. So I do want you all to think about your long term. So what I did, I don't know. Obviously, I think some of you want to play now, but what we did last time, that was the first time I did it. I liked it. I think it got people to really pay attention. I think it eliminated the hype, the chase. Even then, I've hit a lot of them in a row today, so I don't want people to get all excited and then go for the last one, and then you're like, I hate you. I hate you, Josh. I want you to think, oh, push-ups first. You're right. Before we do, you're right, Tim. We should do push-ups. So, guys, stand up. I don't know. I hope you had time during all of that. But get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Move your body around, okay? It's good for you. It's been quite a slow day the last couple days. You got a couple of opportunities there, but you're going to be here for 4.5 hours, okay? Protect your body. Protect your body. Yes. No, I haven't told the guys on the locked in. So if you want to find out the long-term play, do a push-up. That's what we're going to start with. We're going to start with doing push-ups, okay? And then we'll talk. We'll see if you guys can, we could discuss, but maybe you could ask me questions. But at the same time, too, I don't want it to be, I want you all to think on your own. You know, that was a big theme of last year. So at the same time, do a push-up on your own. Let's go, baby. Breathe in, too. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. Man. Oh, man. Yeah, man. So that was good. That was very, very good. All right, I'm doing my back and forths. No, I didn't see I don't see an update on the DT prior. But we'll see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh. No, I don't see it. All I see is the filing. I don't think they picked it up till then. So if you're on your Bloomberg terminal, that's only showing you the filing. That's the same thing that I saw. That's what I'm saying. Nobody talked about it. I just read it. I see they were buying shares for the last 3 months at $39 to $47. Woo! How do you do push-ups with your chest to the sun? Oh, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. It's a way of life, brother. It's a way of life. All right, I gotta do a couple. Oh wait, I need to do the leg lifts real quick. So please hold. Woo! Announces it may have an issue on rolling. Here, bro, get a good breath in. See, just move around a little. Get some hip mobility. Oh, I'm cramping. Damn, my hips. My hips don't lie, but the lanterns going high. I'm saving. I'm buying. I'm holding for 10 years. Minute my back. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I start singing. Woo. All right, one more set and we'll be good.
They go and get their jobs and their salaries.
Right, and this is why everyone talks about how vocational schools might be the better solution, although the U.S. has been kind of slow to really put together a vocational program that resonates, that actually delivers outcomes the way that countries like Germany have. It's something that every president seems to talk about, but we haven't actually seen it fully executed in any way. All right, well, that is the big take for the day. Let's just get you a check on the markets here because, Alex, we're ending the week, a week in which there was a lot of concern about Fed independence, about geopolitics, at least on Friday, with little change.
Yeah, a very choppy week, but again, investors shrugging off a lot of the big headlines and still pushing stocks higher. We're very close to that 7,000 level on the S&P 500.
And worth noting that yields are higher as well. The 2-year yield at 3.59%, the 10-year yield up 3.5 basis points to 4.2%. All right, let's join now Chairman Andrew Ferguson of the FTC with Bloomberg Television anchor Ed Ludlow.
Theme of recent tech M&A has been deals to bring in talent in so-called acqui-hires. The Federal Trade Commission is taking notice. One member of the FTC warned Thursday that these, quote, creative deal structures could raise antitrust concerns. Let's discuss, and delighted to welcome Andrew Ferguson, chairman of the FTC, to the program. We cover the topic of acqui-hires on Bloomberg Tech regularly. It was a mainstay story in 2025. When does a talent deal stop being a talent deal and become more than that, become a merger? What are the rules-based approach that the FTC would take, Chairman, to look at that?
Yeah, so we are examining, look, acqui-hires have been around, especially in the sort of startup founder space for a long time, and they've gotten bigger, basically, in the last admin, and a lot of people were of the view that these things were sort of being constructed in these big deals to try to escape, Hart-Scott-Rodino review, which is pre-merger antitrust review in the United States, because the Biden administration was trying to block all deals, and I think generally they were. That isn't, necessary anymore. We don't need clever workarounds for around antitrust review anymore, because at the FTC under the Trump administration, you get a fair shake.
This is the FTC
I'm not saying
chairman?
your deal will go through. I've sued to block several deals this year, and I've won those cases. But if your deal is not illegal, we get out of the way and sort of let the market take care of things. So we are beginning to examine the HSR Act has a provision.
Thank you. Yeah, bro, y'all free. I have a couple of things. So I added to the long term today. We got to figure out how you guys want to go about the disclosure. But then you have been freed at the beginning of the year. We got a new badge coming on the way. If you are just getting here, so some of you are just popping up here 2 weeks into the year. I know we started like a week late, but at the same time, a lot of the major themes I've been discussing, some of them have already ran. So, and that was for all of you. I wanted to make sure all of you got a good shot, got good information, got it early, got it timely. Hence why most of those plays are already up a big portion. So try to catch up with it so that you're not really caught off guard. But at the same time too, I have another proposal for you guys. I don't know if you guys want to handle this. So you guys are freed. I freed the Chad. Free the Chad until the Chad free. But I haven't unbanned anybody. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. So that means you've been freed if you haven't been banned. But, that mass banning last year, I haven't unbanned everybody. So here's the deal. I'm down to unban everybody. However, if I unban everybody and then they fuck it up, I am going to lock the chat up again to members only. So you guys now who have been freed and not banned, you will have a choice to make. How do you guys feel about that? So would you like me to go with a mass unbanning or not? Because you guys have done good. Like I'm saying, a couple of you have showed up a little late and you're like, what's going on? But generally, you guys have had good questions. You have stayed locked in. You have not pumped on each other's heads. A couple here and there, but, nothing too insane. So you tell me. I'm putting the bar. Why invite the K? It's up to them because they're going to, even then, I just gave them a play on a fucking asset manager. Like 15 minutes and you had to jump. You got a lot of opportunities. And they'll be like, you told the long term. You told the locked in. And I don't know. A lot of people have misinterpreted it. But, I'll give them the same choice I gave the locked in people last year. I gave the locked in. I said, we could lock in and I could do it like that. You are all willing to go up with that, and I think it did well for you, and you guys liked it. So, freedom this year, and now I'll give them the opportunity. If you want to free everybody, we can, but at the same time, if it gets annoying, if it gets pumpy, if it gets bad, we are going to be going back to the members-only chat. So, it's up to you guys. It is up to you guys. That's the beauty of it. You get some choices in community. You gotta take care of it. You don't think we should mass unban? It will bring chaos. Keep them banned. Understandable. It's up to you guys. I'm taking in. I save all the chats, so I have all the data. Don't unban. Wow. It's kind of funny though if you think about it, because then some of y'all saying don't unban them. Y'all were getting real salty about the locked in. If you think about it, so ain't that funny how that works? Ain't that funny how that works? You see? So look at now, yeah. So that's good. I appreciate it. I want everybody to work well. I want it to be a good place for everybody. That's why I'm saying, we had to make a couple of choices, but it seems like by the people interacting, it seems unanimously don't do the unban. So there you go. I got one. You got one person. One person wants it. I forgive everybody. What do you mean? I don't ever hold a grudge. I ain't got time for that. I got so much shit to read. We got long-term plays to make. Yeah, this gate is closed. Womp, womp, womp. All right, man. Well, then there you have it. So then at that same respect, I expect you guys who are in here using it, everything, man, use your time and use it wisely. And like I'm saying, just whatever y'all did this week, last week has been great. So I'm saying, man, don't get in the way. Try to contribute. Don't turn into a little pumper. Get some good questions, good discussion. We're all going to have a good time. That's what I'm saying. Don't complain. You could tell if you're going to trip about 60 seconds, a minute, when clearly you're still getting a jump on fucking everything. You know, that's what I'm saying. Just lock in and you're going to be good. And then you got the locked in as well. But I think it's good to go, man. I think it's good to go. All right. And then we got the farmer badge. And now how do you want to do the long term? So I did add to the long term today. I tested it out last year when I did that last purchase. And I didn't tell anybody what I bought for like a day or two. So I don't know. I liked it. I think, how did you guys like it? Obviously, you don't get to know right away. But you're telling me you don't like it where not everybody rushes? You're telling me it wasn't clearer to think about? You know, I don't want to cloud your guys' judgment. I want you to learn how to build your long term and stick with it, not just follow along blindly everything. So how do you feel? How do you feel? Maybe I'll give you some questions. If it's too revealing, I won't answer it. But you could ask me some questions, maybe. Maybe that's how we could do it. But I will tell you, I've talked about it in the last week. I mean, I've talked about a lot. We've covered a lot of different ideas for everybody. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't think it's going to surprise you when I tell you what it is. But I do like a little bit of a clear time. And I think it gets people to really focus on the reasons why. So if I do it like I did last time, I'll make a video on the trading fraternity. And then you'll be able to get the full reasoning and exactly what I bought. So that's what I was thinking. But if you have any feedback, I'm willing to listen. But at the same time, if you got questions, we could do that too. You want to play a clue game? We could do a clue game. I could. What's your first question? If it's not too, you like, what's the stock? Well, that's a little bit harder to answer. It's long. It is. I mean, this is a 10-year decision. So I don't think whether you hear it today or not, it's not going to be too crazy. Equities. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What time is it? 8:30. I don't want to be too specific. I mean, that's a good way to... I think that's the best question so far. Is it like a... What's it called? Is it a volatile stock? No. It is, but it isn't. But no, it's more stable than not. It's a good name. Big fan. So that's a good question. It's in a good neighborhood. It's in a very good neighborhood. You know, it all depends on how you look at it. If you follow trends too much, you may not like the neighborhood, but you know, it is a good neighborhood. Do you use it every day? It depends. I think it varies. I think it really could vary for people. So yeah. Ballpark market cap? It's pretty big. It's not a small company. That's a good question. It's a big name. It's a big company. Is it down in the last 2 years? I don't even think you need to ask me that question. Why not? Think about it. I don't even think any stock I've bought has been up in the last 2 years. They go up down the line, but I don't think we've bought anything that's been up. If you really think about it, when was the last time I bought anything that was up? Yeah, so if it's up, I ain't buying it, man. That's the problem. Is it value or growth? I mean, it all depends on how you want to look at it. I mean, like I said, it's a bigger name company. It's more stable than not, but it's not a, you know, there's many ways to look at it, from share price as well as even like the company. So I think I would like to say it has a little bit of both, but it's a good neighborhood. Does it rhyme with small mart? It does not rhyme with small mart. No, it does not. Is it space? I might just throw you off and tell you yes, it's a space stock. But then again, that doesn't really follow my rules, so you got to think about it. You got to think about it. Will you encounter it on a daily basis? It depends, but I would like to say yes. Like I'm saying, even to the, did someone ask about the bathroom? Like it depends. Like literally. That's probably going to be your best answer I could give you. I like UNH for earnings. So, would Biden utilize its products? Yeah, it depends. But I don't know. I actually don't know if it depends, but it might. I know that's a good question. That's funny as fuck. All right, well, I think we'll stop the questions there, and then you're gonna have to wait for the video. So make sure you're subscribed to the trading fraternity. I'll post the video. If you have the long-term alerts, I will send it out, and then yeah, you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go. VRT still going up. And yeah, and I don't know. We'll see. I'll give you, depending on, and then after I put out the video, I'm gonna throw some other things in the video, and depending on how well y'all pick that up, then I'll start giving it to you in real time. But then again, if this type of strategy gets y'all to lock in a little better, then this might be how we do the long-term picks this year. But yeah, that was my first pick of 2026, baby. I did do the whole deposit. So, and my idea, I didn't really want to buy it, but my idea was we're going to get another deposit. So then best case scenario, if it takes off, then I won't be able to buy more. But then, and then I'll use the deposit for some of the other stuff. But then if it gets clapped, so I'm not too confident in how stable it will be. It should be stable, but it may not be. But then if it does get clapped, I'm going to go for, I'll have money to stack it up again. I would prefer to stack TAP, but TAP has already taken off a decent amount, so we're going to have to play it accordingly. It does. I like it. It does make you guys think on your own. There's no crazy rush. You don't have to scramble to put in orders. You don't have to get the price driven up. You don't even have to have to worry about it. Because, you know, I know what y'all like to think. You're like, it only goes up because Josh says it. You gotta look, you're the market. I've been hearing that my whole fucking time on this YouTube. And I did it last time and ain't shit happened. It went up 7% before I even had a fucking YouTube video. So that's why I'm like, hey man, I think it's you get to avoid any eliminate any external influence and get to focus on what it is. And like I'm saying, what I buy, if depending on where your portfolio's at, I mean, it may not be the best for you. And you have to be able to think about that, and you're not going to have to feel FOMO and hype while doing all of that. So you'll be good, baby. You will be good. Yeah. After we long term, we get some good eats. Hey, man. Hey, man, baby. Damn, we're already back up near the open today, too. Where's Nivda? Iron kept going. All of them killed it, dude. Today was fun. Just because all those plays in the morning hit, dude. Like every single one of them. I know NVT or DT was a killer too. And then, yeah, NVO's still moving up. I would buy more TAP if it ever came back to that 45 price. 45, 46, I think is a lovely, lovely price for TAP. Even with the dividend as well. at this point Locked In gives you access to the watch list. I don't know. You know, and I'm only saying that to you, Trey, because literally the whole year, all you have been doing is asking me about Locked In. So, unfortunately, man, I think you need to just watch and do your thing, but calm down. I think you're, you know, out of the thousands of other people here, that's all you have asked me. And then you have complained if I do not give you the answer that you want. So I do think it'd probably be better for you to just sit and watch and get it where you fit in. And you'll figure it out, and it all depends on... And do you have a long-term? Can you email me your long-term, Trey? tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Because I even said... I had some guy email me the other day, bro. He had such a good long-term, and he's like, Josh, I want to get the Locked In. And I told him not to. He says he does not even trade. So I think it's very simple. If you do not trade, you don't need the Locked In. If you are a trader and you're good at it, I think it will help you. I mean, you could ask the guys in there, and there's about, I think after the break, we're at like 900 people on the Locked In. So, and God bless you guys. I'm thankful for all of you, and that's why I do like hooking y'all up, man. And I think, though, at the same time, it's not a walk in the park. I'm not an easy guy to work with. I am going to expect you to kind of fill in the gaps on your own, and I don't want some hand-holding bullshit. You know, I like DT was a good one. DT was just so early. I just like getting people put on early to quality info. You know, and that's what I'm saying. If you know how to use that and you're willing to kind of sit and watch how to do it, I definitely think you're going to pick up something. I mean, it's actually kind of hard not to. But at the same time, it's like, if you're just looking for a fucking pill, dude, go buy NVO. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's not gonna, I don't think it'd be the best for that. And if you're not a trader and you have trouble with the gambling and it's not good for you, don't fucking touch it. You don't need it. And the long term, I mean, we beat every fucking index last year. We killed it. Home runs on Intel. You got a nice solid 6-7% dividend while doing it. It was a phenomenal year, and everybody got that for free 99. That's why it's a shame some people complained about it, but at the same time, really Locked In is just for the gamblers. I hate to call you guys gamblers, but at the same time, I think they respect it and know it, because options is risky. It is gambling. And, you know, and if you buy Locked In and you fuck your shit up, you're going to get fucked. That's not what I'm here to teach. You know what I'm saying? That's why I've moved it to the side. I want people to get long terms. I want people to make sure they are walking away a winner no matter what. And that could happen for all of you with the long term, as we have shown time and time again. So, yeah, I would just make your decision about it. But if you're not a trader, you don't need the Locked In. If you are a trader, you need to start figuring out what your strategy is and where you get your benefits or not. Because at the same time, like I'm saying, I mean, even then, if a couple seconds means the difference to you, and sometimes it can be, then the price tag alone doesn't even trip on that. So, yeah, I know you want your clarification, but like I'm saying, your whole entire chat facts this year has been about nothing except the Locked In program. So I find that interesting. That's why I'm saying maybe listen and figure it out. But if you haven't, like the other 900 people, then I don't know what else I could do. And last time I did give you an answer, you were like, you're punishing us, you're this, you're that. So, and anytime last year when I would try to correct people or like kind of explain, like be straight up with them like I am now, they would even get mad at me too. And they're like, why are you calling me out? I'm like, oh my fucking God, loves you. So yeah, man, I don't know. I think you get it where you fit in, bro. You deleted your options since joining Locked In? Why? But good. Honestly, man, you got to go with what works for you, man. For real. For real. I know, and I've been covering some of the stuff even on the watch list in the morning for y'all. So it all depends. But at the same time, though, too, if you guys fuck it up in the free chat, I'm going to go members only without hesitation. Please don't underestimate that. You know, we're starting off great this year, starting off chill. I would like to see more and more people do it, but my objective is the long term. So if y'all going to get in the way, y'all going to try to turn it to a gambling fuckfest, you have a place where you could do it and actually benefit off of it. But if you're going to try to do it without doing it, I'm not going to accept that and tolerate that. So the chat goes downhill. I know exactly how to contain it now. So, and God bless, man. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Okay. APLD, iRent too. I mean, even then though, today hasn't even been that many plays this year. Today was just a good day. We were able to we were able to get on that. You never said that, Cap. Deal with. You never said. Yeah, punish everyone instead of leaving the laggers behind. Is that you? Maybe it's a different Trey PST that said Cap. I never said that. Joined 8 days ago. You made a YouTube 8-day dog. So that's what I'm saying, man. Sadly, that type of behavior ruins it for more people than not, man. But you know, he said, yeah, bro. Don't y'all doubt. You guys know I got the chat facts and I got an AI I can run your name with, and it will take every single chat from every chat is stored, brother. So unfortunately, then I got the elephant memory too. But yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not trying to fuck with y'all, so I appreciate y'all do the same. But I'm gonna call it how I see it, man. You know, and like I said, beginning of the year, everything I've shared with all of you, you had again, space stocks, Russell, NASDAQ, run it high, you name it, baby. So you just got to lock in and pay attention. And that could even be without buying something. So, you know, is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I think they don't know. Most people know about the chat facts nowadays. It hits. TMC leap options. Why, Jim? Gotta love Jim. I'm not loving Jim right now. He didn't give me a reason. But he did buy tap at 45. Amen. Amen. So yeah, you gotta give some reasoning, Jim. Slim Jim. Oh, you forgot about that one? Yeah, so please stop bugging me. I don't want to bother. Just listen, man. I don't want to ban you because you clearly got banned before, joined 8 days ago. Actually, you want to know what time it is? So heads, you get banned. Tails, I'll let you stay. Oh, you're lucky. It's tails. All right, so yeah. If you do the same set of conversations, I will flip the coin again. Or maybe we'll just have to make an executive decision. So good luck. And that's it. Just lock in, baby. Lock in. I have not sold any of my physical silver, no. I do want to sell it. I really do, but I don't know what to put into it. That's the problem. Like, that's just one of the rules I always give you. If you're ever going to sell something that you've been holding for a long time, you should know where to put that money. Last thing I want is to hold cash when commodities are going up 30% in 2 weeks, So that's kind of my dilemma. Will I share your long-term play to non-members? Yes, I will, as I have every single one over the last 6 years. Even the last one, and even all of them last year. So you don't have anything to worry about. You could worry about the economy, but you don't got to worry about that. You'll be good. Conagra. All the bots come out right when giving the I know, bro. For real. But I appreciate y'all. You know that those of y'all who have been good, who have never been banned, and y'all just riding with it, man. I really do hope it all helps, for real. And may the Lord be with you, and may your mind serve you in the fullest of it, man. It's very, very good. So that's it, man. It's good to go. I love it. Dude, I have it. I have that little AI face cam thing where I could do the live deep fake thing, but it's shitty. I tried it yesterday with a little boozy, and I changed my face to it doesn't look as good as that one that's circulating. The one that's circulating now is a recording. But live deep fake, the technology is still pretty behind. But how is this going to impact the price of ZME? The long-term text, yes. But like I did it last time, it's going to be a video. So I'm going to send a video out through text, and then all of you will get it. I just answered some questions, so I did add to the long-term today. I have not told anybody. The last 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, we were just discussing some clues. But like I'm saying, I want to eliminate the FOMO, encourage you to think for your own. get started on that process, listen to your portfolio, and it's a 10-year pick. So, you know, the next couple minutes or days will not matter. So I will post a video and I'll send out a text right when it comes out, and you guys will be good to go. And if you have been listening, and if you are, you know, listening with me every day, I mean, you should have enough information to make a good decision if you want to go early. But that's what I'm saying. These aren't plays that you need excessive timing on. You know, these are 10 years minimum, and call it a day. So yalla. Yalla. Yes, long-term video is not inflationary. Amen. It'll be like Powell. I'll put out the video Sunday night, and then we'll be good. Kelly Kapowski? Why are you bringing Kelly Kapowski into this, dog? What the fuck? Saved by the Bell, man. I love her. But yeah, you know, I had to explain that to my girl. She didn't know Kelly Kapowski. She kind of thought I was weird, bro. Oh, wow. I haven't Googled Kelly Kapowski in a minute, dog. Oh, man. Saved by the Bell. Maybe that might happen today on Expiration Day. Saved by the Bell. What's your opinion on putting money that you don't plan on investing long-term in stocks like O for low risk and good dividend? I mean, the problem with that, I don't think you should do it, and especially now you still have a weird opportunity where right now you could at least get 3-4% taking zero risk. But like, if you want to go buy a REIT at 5%, do you see your problem? Because you're telling me low risk, but dog, 2 weeks ago this stock was down. It was 10% cheaper. So you might, by the time, if you're not going to hold it for a long enough duration to protect against that, by the time you need your money, you're going to collect 2%, 3%, and then it's going to go down 10%. That's the risk. It doesn't mean that maybe it doubles up or maybe it goes up a little bit, but that's kind of the problem when trying to collect yield on the short term without a long-term plan. So unfortunately, I would not really be down with that. I think you're better off collecting 3-4%, and then that way no equity risk. Or if you're going to try to buy a name that is at the bottom or that pays a dividend and you're not going to hold it for a really long time, just don't buy something that has rocketed up 10-20% in the last couple of days. That's usually a recipe for disaster. So that's how I feel about it. That's why, I mean, I liked TAP when that was there, because that was below book value. It was down, and again, it's the problem sometimes when you do that, though, it could still be down and then it goes lower. Ask anybody who's ever bought an equity to try to like preserve money in like a short term. You're going to run the equity risk. Yeah, it's not as low risk as you think. Equities are way more riskier than you would expect, or at least compared to any sort of fixed income. And right now, fixed income is paying you a decent amount. So essentially, the differential you're shooting for, you're chasing 2% extra with up to 10-20% equity risk. It doesn't make any sense at all. So you're better off just holding a bond or literally a money market on Fidelity. Wait. Oh. No updates on NVIDIA. Where's Intel? Damn, Intel. IBRX. That was the one I was telling you guys in the morning with the Twitter drama. That one hit. Where's our boy DT? That one came down, but those are, like I said, if you got those in the monies when I was telling you, it's still in the money. But I got out of them already. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Machado says every Venezuelan should have the right to vote as soon as possible. Won't reveal details of conversation with Trump. What time is it? 9? 9. Well, you can Fidelity. You don't even need Bill anymore. Dude, it's so crazy. Bill was paying what it was paying when we were buying that. That's why it's kind of nuts. Ondas had Investor Day. They got clapped a little. Canada. All right. Oxy. You don't like energy? It looks like a good deal. What's the story with them and Buffett still? I mean, if it is, and then I don't know what part of oil they service, but, you know, I do like that it's down more so. Well, I'm glad you understand I don't like energy and all that. I mean, if you really wanted to take the energy risk, that would probably be the best value, but you might need to get a little technical info as to why they're underperforming so hard. Because and then they had the Buffett, they have a really big Buffett link, and then every single oil play is at a really, really high level. So, yeah, you just got to figure out why that's down, but I don't like it, but I like it more than the other one, if that makes any sense. So, yeah. Just because it's the value one. I thought he owns like a little more than that, but why is it so bad? It might just be with whatever they own, or I don't know what role they play in the oil market. You know, comparing them to like a Chevron or a XOM. NVO is still ripping. 8%? Holy shit. That is, again, they just got that little fucking healthcare pump, so maybe. RKLB is not a long-term play, no. Again, first day back of the stream, I was telling you, the next potential bubble could be those space stocks. I think they're dog shit. I made plays on them. I just strongly suggest you don't fall in love with them. You know, I do think some people will foolishly add it to the long term, and it may end up working, but if you add it to the long term, you better treat it like a long term, but I still think it's dog shit. I just think it's going to get hyped up. Kind of like last year where a lot of dog shit plays had amazing short-term returns, but that's what I'm saying. That's the gambling element of it. So I wouldn't really put that in your long term unless you don't like your future. But then again, if it goes crazy and then we're living on the moon, maybe I'm wrong. But I'm willing to take that risk because you have like 500 other quality names that you could choose from nowadays. At least 200, 250, I'd say, at good prices. Because it's not like Rocket Lab is cheap anymore. Unless you get to the moon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you do got to figure out why Oxy is down. Yeah, Nibis is starting to climb up here too. Yeah, no, I think sometimes I don't know how old people are. It happens whether you're old or young, but it just depends on your like years in the market. Cause get past 10 years in the market, you will see a lot of dog shit. AKA you will see a lot of things hot today and then ice cold for the next 5 years. Ask Charlie Munger, like he says, everybody's a genius when it's a bubble and when it gets crazy and people want to make quick money really, really fast. And when it happens, it works. It doesn't mean you can't make fast, quick money on some of these plays. But then when the tide pulls back, you are going to find out who is swimming naked. That is the whole idea. Maybe let me see if I can find you the Charlie Munger clip. But that's just the reality. That's what I'm saying. You know, my plays for the long term, we're saying 10 years minimum. I'm looking for things that I could genuinely foresee being here in 10 years at a stable, and if they keep making money, they're going to keep making and keep going up, and that's going to work. You know, it may not make you 500% instantly, but at the same time, if anything bad ever happens, and it may feel like nothing bad happens, but eventually the tide does come back. And when that does happen, you want to be stronger. You don't want to be weaker. That's what happened. Think about it. When fucking Liberation Day hit and coming in from all those other years, you know, we got hit a little bit in 2022 and then we used the ammo to build. But then at the same time, anytime that happens, it's not shaking your confidence. It's not hurting your money, your portfolio, and you're able to build around it. And then that way, just year after year, bro, it stacks up and it compounds really, really good. Let me see if I can find it. Is it 4 years ago? Warren Buffett and Munger?
Tonight, and you can describe it any way you'd like. The question about the high-tech stocks and possible fallout. Anytime there have been real bursts of speculation in the market, you know, that it does get corrected eventually. Ben Graham was right when he said that in the short run it's a voting machine, in the long run it's a weighing machine. Sooner or later, the amount of cash that a business can disgorge in the future governs the value it has, that the stock commands in the market. But it can take a long time. And I mean, it's a very interesting proposition. For example, if you take a company that in the end never makes any money, but the trade changes hands representing a valuation of 10 or 20 billion dollars for some time, there's no wealth created. There's a tremendous amount of wealth transferred. And I think you will see, when we look back on this era, you will see this as a period of enormous amounts of wealth transfer. But in the end, the only wealth creation comes about through what the business creates. There's no magic to it. If a company that's not worth anything sells for 20 billion, and 5% of it changes hands, somebody takes $1 billion from somebody else. But investors as a whole gain nothing. They all feel richer. It's a very interesting phenomenon, but
this
they
is
can't
Warren
be
Buffett.
richer
Wait till
except
Munger talks.
as a group.
But he
unless
says
the
something
company
like it.
makes them richer. And it's the same principle as a chain letter. I mean, if you're very early on a chain letter, you can make money. There's no money created by chain letters. In fact, there's the frictional cost of envelopes.
If you're very early, you can make money.
Sort of thing. So the net, there's some money.
It's a chain
destroyed
letter.
a
It's a
bit.
scam.
And there's money destroyed by the frictional costs of trading and investing. That comes out of investors' pockets. But the manias that periodically take place, and not just in stocks. We had a similar mania. Well, I'm not necessarily similar. We certainly had a mania in farmland here in Nebraska 20 years ago, and land which couldn't produce, we'll say, more than $70 or $80 an acre would sell for $2,000 an acre at times when interest rates were 10%. Well, that math will kill you. And it killed the people who bought it at those prices, and it killed a great many banks here in Nebraska who lent based on that sort of thing. But while it was going on, everybody thought it was wonderful because every farm was selling for more than the similar farm had sold for a month earlier. And it was momentum investing in farmland. And in the end, valuation does count, but it can go on a long time. And when you get a huge number of participants playing with ever-increasing sums, you know, it creates its own apparent truth can be for a very considerable period of time. It doesn't go on forever.
The key is considerable time.
Whether it has
that's where most people fail
the whole economy, like it probably did in the late 20s, or whether it's just an isolated industry or sector where the bubble bursts and it really doesn't affect other values, who knows? But 5 or 10 years from now, you will know. Charlie?
Well,
Check
I think
Novin.
the reason we use the phrase wretched excess,
that's a European one. Yeah, I see that one.
There are wretched consequences. If you mix the mathematics of the chain letter or the Ponzi scheme with some legitimate development, like the development of the internet, you are mixing something which is wretched and irrational and has bad consequences with something that has very good consequences. But you know, if you mix raisins with turds, they're still turds.
Oh, that wasn't even the quote I was looking for. But that's a good one.
That's why they have me write the annual report.
But yeah, do you get it? That's what I'm saying. Most people fail at the timing of it. Because again, these things will get hyped. The people who are early are going to make the most. The friction going back and forth. But I think a lot of people, especially if you're new and haven't seen it before, you're just getting into investing, it's really hard to watch something go up knowing that it's not real value. And that, again, people are transferring money, but you're not really creating wealth, and it's not creating something that is more valuable that you're going to be like, yeah, I could hold this for 10, 20 years, and all it does is just pay and earn. And that's where again, it's very hard to do. That's why I'm grateful for my belief in Jesus Christ, because I am more than comfortable for many, many years going against the grain. I'm fine looking dumb for a little bit, but, give me my 5, give me my 10 years. I mean, you're just going to keep rolling on through. And that's why. So a lot of these, so you know what I'll buy. Like, yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't buy flying cars and space shit. Like I'm saying, I call them what they are. I call it as I see it. They are gambles. It is literally gambling, and we do have a unique ability to be able to get early on them, but I ain't betting the farm on them. And I'm not trying to, again, you could turn a small amount to a lot, but it's not like, these are not long-term plays. And I know exactly what they are. I know that one day these are all going to crash and burn. And if you are over-levered, if you get too excited on it and you start, it's very easy because it takes so much time. It takes 2-3 years. The bubbles could form, and especially on a lot of the dog shit, it could go for a really long time. You're going to start thinking, hey, yo, maybe it is real. Maybe it is this. And then you get excited, but it's just like, I've seen it too many times. I have been watching this happen from weed stocks to 3D printers almost like 20 years ago. Again, and even before I was even in markets. And then as I got through it, we've gone through all sorts of bubbles. I mean, again, we were just laughing at the NFTs in the metaverse stuff last couple of years. We were talking about that yesterday. So, yeah, it's already been a year of quantum, and that's why. And again, I was telling you about that early in December of 2024. I will get you the chain letter early, but I'm not necessarily a fan of participating in that Ponzi all the time. Like I'm saying, I'll get my small plays on them. I let them ride. I make it free. But I'm telling you, the real money is through real value. Stocks, real estate, good quality, because the beauty during this time, you pick up some fucking killer. Again, you see what's in our portfolio. You could get some good stuff that will be golden for several years, if not for the rest of your life. And that's something you want to invest in, and that's how you create wealth. That is how you are going to become more secure and have stuff. Again, you could go for the short term in the gambling, but you definitely, that's why I always just say, like, don't fall in love and don't lie to yourself about it. And that's why, like, you could have a separate account for that type of activity, but you should really have a long term that focuses on real wealth. Is the best thing. I want to
the U.S. economy, and what is your take on where things are right now?
Well, obviously they're booming, but the economy sometimes booms and sometimes it doesn't, and you have to live your life through both episodes. And our attitude is we just keep swimming, and sometimes the tide is with us and sometimes against.
Amen.
But we keep swimming.
Banks
either
are
way.
going up.
Are you surprised by how long this expansion has lasted?
Of course, it's lasted a long time. But what was really remarkable is we never printed money so much and spent it so fast and bought back so much debt, public and private. So this is total terra incognita in economics. And nobody knew for sure how it was going to work.
So is it risky then?
Of course it was risky.
The U.S. economy.
There's one, bro. It's an old one where he talks about the tide, and it's so beautiful. Where is my guy? I'm trying to see. I don't know. If you find me the one about the tide pulling back, he explains it. I don't know. For me, when I first heard that, it was amazing. Like I always told you guys, one of the first investment books I've read was Intelligent Investor, Benjamin Graham. It's a little dense, but I mean, shit, it's a very, if you could understand that was the guy who taught Warren Buffett. That's the real value right there. But if you could understand that and the whole idea of how money is created, money could move around, but it is different. You don't have a lot of tech or growth. Is Adobe a quality company? I don't think it's the diamond, but that one that has good, it has good growth in it's in a league of its own. But I do like it. I was talking about it the other day, but I said I want to see how some other things play out with it. But yeah, that's exactly what we talked about yesterday. Is it the swimming naked quote? I think it is. Let me see. I want to search Charlie Munger swimming naked, but I'm afraid of what will come up. Yeah, you always say I'm scared. Do I got safe search on?
Like Warren Buffett says, you never know who's swimming naked until the tide comes out. And that's exactly what happened with Silicon Valley Bank.
Oh, fuck off.
My grandfather would say to me when I'm swimming, he'd say, swim as long as you want, but stay near the shore. But you can laugh, but he was a very wise man.
Yeah.
My grandfather would say to me when I'm swimming, he'd say, swim as long as you want, but stay near the shore. But you can laugh, but...
Swim as long as you want, but stay near the shore. That's it. That's all it is. If shit goes out, shit gets crazy, where are you going to be out? That's really the key of all of it. And if you keep, that's what I'm saying, avoid stupidity and have that. And as long as you're really like, that's what, as long as a tide happens, the weather changes, it hails, whatever happens, you can't put yourself in a position to get fucking wiped out, to die, literally. So as long as you could do that, I mean, I think it's a solid wisdom. Solid wisdom. There's like a direct quote though. I'm just going through all these.
So we've talked a bit about retail and the reorganization of employment in the same way.
By predicting macroeconomic changes better than other people. What Buffett and I did was we bought things that were promising, and then we just, sometimes we had a tailwind from the economy and sometimes we had a headwind. And either way, we just kept swimming. That's our system. And after all, that's the system Caltech has too. Caltech just gets up in the morning and keeps swimming, and pretty soon they're eminent. Caltech's not trying to play the game of getting big advantage out of the booms and busts. We're just like Caltech.
Well, we do hope that we are committed to our own in that sense.
Trying to get the right answers, trying to get the right answers, but you're not really trying to predict what the economy is going to be like 18 months from now.
Yeah, man, just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I hope they feel me, bro. Stay near the shore. I guess it was Buffett who said the tide, I think, but your boys talked about it. Mr. Munger, bro. Rest in peace. I love all of them. That's what I'm saying. From Benjamin Graham to Buffett to Munger, it's that's the real shit. You don't hear it too much anymore. You have too much stuff going on, but if you actually look, a lot of the wisdom is wisdom, dog. It does not change. It does not change, but you know, it's really how you go about it. The swimming, you know, just keep swimming, man. And I wouldn't just keep swimming. You don't need to try to take advantage of everything. Sometimes it'll work for you, sometimes it'll work against you, but you keep going. You avoid the ultimate pitfalls. That's all you have to do. Because then if you avoid the big pitfalls, you avoid the things that are going to kill you, that are going to set you back a big amount, you're just going to keep riding through until it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's literally the game of how this is played when it comes to investing. So, I mean, hey, I understood this a while ago, and I've been able to refine it, but this is where it's all built off of. That's all you got to do, Chattadonia. All you got to do. What time is it? 9:20. That one's weird. IBRX, we caught that one. Shit. I have the, what's it called? The options activity thing. That one all came up. Fiber, fast, IBRX, wolf speed. But that has a very high put to call ratio. That one's sketchy. Douglas Elliman. The real estate company. That has a put to call ratio of 0.01. It's only 1,800 contracts, but somebody bought a shit. Those are all expiring today, though. I would ignore that. First Energy, that has a high put to call ratio. The ones with the high put to call ratio are just kind of balancing out, I'd like to think. Crowd kind of coming up. We're above VWAP. It's not bad. Yeah, AISP, that had some weird activity. That one, I don't know what that is. It just sounds like space and AI. But that was on there. That one has 8,000 versus 800 average. And then put the call ratio is 0.07. RPD. All of these are small ass stocks. And then watch out, if all the contracts are on January, then, or today, it doesn't really matter. Crazy. Yeah, I don't think any of them, but we'll see. Give it a couple minutes if you notice any. That's what happened yesterday. That's why I'm looking at them, because they literally flip like that. We had that one buyout, but it had one of those weird options right before. Intelligent Investor. Read it, dude. It's a really good book. I think it'll teach you a lot of shit. The problem is people are like, they're like, it's too complex. It's hard to read. But nowadays, at one point I would have been like, yeah, it is. But I'm like, what the fuck, man? Just read it, bro. Just read it and read it till you understand it. It's not. I think you could figure it out. And it's a very, very knowledgeable book. And that is, again, Benjamin Graham. That's how you got Buffett. A lot of people don't realize that. I like cybersecurity companies. I think that'll be good for the long term, but a lot of them are at pretty high prices right now. I think whenever there's a decline, that would be a area I would focus on. Josh Brown, CNBC. I might, if he's on, I'll play it. Yeah, they are. Do a push-up.
Vendors. They
Come
want to deal
on.
with like 5 or 6 vendors. And so that's also going to happen and also lead to consolidation as well. Palo Alto, I think, is more
Sometimes people just pull up like massive contract amounts, but they don't really give you a context.
And I like what
so, you know, knowing what the average amount of options is on the month, it kind of gives you an idea of what's actually unusual.
Product revenue growth that's growing at 23%, gross margins at 77%. Free cash flow.
Yeah, do a push-up. Let's go, baby. We're halfway through the day. You got a long day ahead of you as well.
And Jason Link
so get your body moving, baby. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in and move your body.
And they're eventually going to figure it out.
Bro.
And platformization, which both CrowdStrike and Palo Alto really focus on, that's going to win the day over some of these smaller vendors.
You're right.
I mean, there's great points around all over, right? So I think from an identity theft perspective,
I thought that was a home builder.
As we continue to advance, AI continues to advance, identity is a real issue. That's why Palo Alto stepped out and spent $25 billion to acquire CyberArk. And I think that was a little bit of a drawdown on the stock, right, over the last, couple quarters. But I think that's going to be extremely important going forward. I think it's going to be accretive. Chronosphere also is a big deal for them. I mean, to Steffi's point, $30 billion over the last couple months. I mean, this is a big deal, but they understand what's at stake. And these companies, I think, are well positioned going forward.
All right, looking at Palo Alto right now, up just about 0.25%. All right, coming up next, more committee moves. Steph's ready with another trade to tell you all about. And then later, Josh Brown's back with his best stocks in the market on a name that he's seen a major transformation in. Halftime's back in just 2 minutes.
Yeah. And you get this guy, bro. This guy on Bloomberg.
Like capping interest rates on
he hates
credit
you.
cards. But here you go with the 401k story. You better believe that Bloomberg News has the details. We'll unveil a plan next week letting savers in 401k retirement plans to use at least some of their money for down payments on a home purchase. Kevin Hassett on Fox Business. President will put the final plan out next week, but yeah, we're going to let people deploy assets from the 401k. He says, suppose you put 10% down in a home, you take 10% of the equity of the home, you put it in as an asset in the 401k, then your 401k will grow over time. I don't understand it. We'll see how this all comes together. Now how Fidelity feels about that. I also wonder how Peter Atwater feels about all of this. The last time Peter was with us, we were talking about the K-shaped economy. It was really something in the daily conversation, and it hasn't changed since. But it has only grown louder with the president now on the affordability track. He's president of Financial Insights, author of The Confidence Map, charting a path from chaos to clarity, and the man who made this concept of the K-shaped economy mainstream. Peter, it's great to have you. Welcome back to Bloomberg. I hope your year is off well. I'm going to stop talking for a while because I want to hear from you on this. President Trump has not been sounding a lot like a conservative when it comes to the issue of affordability, and I know he doesn't like to use that word, but have any of the plans that I've described here helped to close the K?
Joe, thanks for having me back. When I last talked to you, I was lamenting that neither side of the political aisle was paying attention to the K-shaped economy. Now we have an arms race on affordability ahead of the midterms. So I look at all of these proposals left and right with a couple of thoughts. One is politicians are not moving to become socialist, they're becoming survivalist. They know they need the bottom of the K to support them in November. What they still don't yet appreciate is the mindset of those at the bottom. They're in me here now mode, which means that everything that they hear from the left and right need to flow through three filters. Does it fit me? Is it immediate? Is it tangible?
I think I've heard this guy before. He's actually not that bad.
On both sides.
The host is fucking annoying, but this guy is I think we've heard him actually spit some realistic
frameworks,
shit.
as you just said, but those at the bottom, they want me here now.
I like his survivability comment because that's true. Remember we were talking about that beginning of 2025.
The president calls affordability
the deficits in certain things are not popular,
hoax, or is that just
nobody wants to cut spending because then they get fucking
railed? I'm
describing
to try to unlock savings to buy a home. To try
I just
to
hate. I think it's
Blumen,
whatever the fucking host name.
Does that
he always frames the way he frames this shit is so annoying.
It resonates
well,
as long as it's real.
We'll see.
And as long as it fits. So let's talk about the 401k piece.
And I heard him,
The
bro.
Bureau of
I
Labor
heard this
Statistics
guy.
last
They were
year
like,
said that 56
one person was on there, and they were like, well,
56% of
Epstein
Americans
had
have
Bill
401k
Clinton in a
plans
hot tub with a
through their
girl.
employer.
And he's like, well,
Which
Donald
would suggest
Trump. But
about
then she was
half
like,
of
no, but
Americans don't
the
have
hot
the
tub
plans
is not.
and
He's
would
like,
not
well,
qualify to begin
do
with.
you think that's
I don't
fair
think
to
it's a hard
say? But
stretch
now
to
the
think
president,
that
I'm
most
like,
of
oh
that
my God.
44% sits at the bottom. So again, maybe well intended.
But Peter Atwater, he's not bad. I've heard this guy
the
before.
Group that needs this
He's
relief
not
the
too
most.
much of a loony.
Don't we need to build more homes? How does this help us increase
I fucking
supply?
hate this dude.
Well, that was going to be my second point. A lot of the efforts that I see are focused on demand. That's not the way to solve an inflation problem. If the issue is affordability, We need to boost supply. Sadly, if we increase demand, all we're going to end up doing is boosting inflation in the product that's for sale.
Yeah.
Dude, someone sent me
I don't
the
know if you
fucking
heard about
video
what the
on Twitter, but
Independent
my
was calling
Twitter
the
won't load.
depression meal this week. The Agriculture Secretary, Secretary Rollins, was
hot
out this
dog,
idea.
Apple
She
going
said they
down
ran
again.
1,000 simulations.
Remember,
at
it
the
did
White
this
House.
earlier yesterday or a little later,
1,000
but
simulations.
I was going to
And
take down
found
the
that you
index a
could
little.
pay
Dow's red,
$3
SPY barely green,
for a
NASDAQ in the
meal
red, and your boy
of a piece
Russell,
of chicken,
0.4.
a piece of broccoli, a single corn tortilla, and one other thing. We're not sure what the other thing is. We're pretty sure it's not a prime rib. But that kind of talk resonates how? At the bottom of the K.
I don't think it resonates at all. I think all that does is to reinforce the scarcity that those at the bottom feel. Moreover, it does so at a time where they are all too aware of the overabundance above them. I look at the K-shaped dynamic today boarding an airplane, and those at the back of the plane are walking past row after row after row of their business class seats before they arrive at their destination. And I think that policymakers especially need to be careful about reminding those who don't have enough today how little they have relative to those around them.
You know, there's a literal interpretation of what you're talking about here, Peter. I think it was Delta Airlines just last week in its earnings report said bookings in the main cabin are down. Bookings in first class are through the roof. They can't keep up with it to the point where they're going to start expanding first class sections in airplanes. This is the manifestation of the K.
Absolutely, and they expect 60% of their revenues to come from the front of the plane. And
imagine.
Yeah, and I think for those at the bottom, they're seeing lots of things being handed out to those above them. They see the benefits of the One Beautiful Bill and other things. They're challenging both sides of the aisle to respond. And I think left and right need to take note of the messages from the new mayor of New York. As I said, it's not a socialist message, it's a survivalist message. And how do they help those at the bottom? And I think the challenge, given the breadth of the K today, is it's creating a slave of two masters environment, where to help those at the bottom, they're ultimately going to need to take something from the top. And we saw that with the credit card proposal. We've seen that with some of the housing proposals. And that's a tough thing a tough march to walk if you are, a administration that uses the stock market as a barometer of success.
Yeah. I've asked this before, Peter, if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariff regime, does that spare the bottom of the K and therefore, politically speaking, the administration?
No, I think the bottom of the K, it only spares them to the extent that they see the benefit. And it's unclear, now that prices have adjusted for the tariffs, whether we will see, the full array of retailers now reduce prices as a result, or do those who are making things or in the middle seize the opportunity?
Really something, Peter. It's great to have you back, and I appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. Peter Atwater, the president of Financial Insights.
Thank you, Peter.
With us live on Bloomberg.
I hope
Check
y'all
out
did
his
our push-ups. I wanted to listen to that for a second. And I kept sneezing, bro. This has been a sneezy week, man. It's been a good week, though. It's good to be back. I think some of y'all just got back today. So I hope y'all catch up with all the major themes. Thankfully, not much has happened. It depends who you ask, though. I mean, some people will say that a lot has occurred this week, but it's more macro. And it's a lot of a couple different things, and then a couple of hangover themes from last year are all coming into play. So we will see how it is. I think Twitter is still down. Yeah, one of you, it worked on my phone, but when I did it on my computer, it hasn't got on there. So either way, man, I think just get ready. We talked about it. You're either going to stay in this range, kind of how we've done at like the leading into 2025, where we kind of stayed near all-time highs, just chopping around. But if earnings, remember, earnings is next week. Monday is closed, so keep that in mind. But depending on how the earnings plays out, we're going to get some opportunities. So that could be some fun. Where is it? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in the cult. Where is that one? Actually, how did that play out last time? I've been shopping all day, man. A lot of shopping. Shop until you make a drop, huh? No drop. Long term, please, Habibi. Please. I don't think it's there. I don't think X got hacked. And then I think I'm done for the day. I'll still be here unless we get a news play. That was fun on DT. Those are still up, actually. If you ended up holding them, I got rid of them. Oh, I eliminated them. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I can't believe it, dude. It's already January 16th. Big options expiration. The world is changing. The world is growing. It's going to be fun. Like I said, don't get too lulled by the lack of crazy market moves, because whenever this thing does move, I feel like it's going to be obvious. But yeah, the market, in a world of all the craziness in the little bubble pockets, it's very easy to get bored by this. But again, I hope you guys notice every day those little pockets in the morning. And this is why I was telling some of y'all, you really should, if you are going to be on the trading side, you better fucking wake up. Just because, like, if you are aware of what's going on early in the morning, a lot of that, you're getting better prices. I hope you guys see why a lot of the times I have a disdain to people telling you the right thing at the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? Where they're like, yo, what about the space stocks? Why didn't you tell us 30% lower, even on the day? So, you know what I'm saying? It's that way, be locked in the morning, man. And I think it'll take you a far, far way. I see. You got your mom a tablet, the sub 100 ones on Amazon? Really? What do they have? Dude, I tell you, like, my mom have like a really old iPad. And like, this was a couple years ago. I bought her a new iPad and she returned it. Because she didn't want it, like, she said, it's not like my iPad. No. I'm like, Mom, you just transfer it. And like, she didn't want to put in her iCloud. You know that, bro? It's like, she's like, no. So I tried to get her a new iPad, but she refused to let me upgrade her iPad. So yeah, she got the OG iPad, low key. I think my mom still uses an iPhone 6 or an iPhone 4. She got the old one still, man. But I don't know, people people love their tablets. You know that? My girlfriend, she loved her fucking iPad. She's an iPad. I don't know if she's an iPad kid. I don't know. I think she grew up with one. But like, it's like, dude, she loves this thing. Oh, and actually, can I ask you guys a question? Is this normal? Let me know what you guys think. Have you ever put cottage cheese on a cheeseburger? What would you guys say? Is that a normal activity? Cottage cheese on a cheeseburger? Or are you as mortified as I am? Excuse me? Uncomfortable? Yeah, okay. No, you've never done that? Okay. Unanimously? You put it on everything? Shut up. You put cottage cheese on a burger? What's wrong with the world today? Some restaurants have that? No, you puked in your mouth? I tried, not bad. Yeah, bro. I just remembered. I was supposed to ask you guys. Because my girl did that. We had In-N-Out. And we had In-N-Out. And she put cottage cheese on her In-N-Out. And then proceeded to put Thousand Island sauce over the cottage cheese on the burger. And I said, what? I told her, I said, just take a break. I said, maybe you working too hard. Maybe I don't know what's going on. Just relax. I said, no. She's like, it's good. You want to try it? I'm like, no, I don't. I'm not that curious. I was not down with it, bro. Yeah. We ate. No. We got it home. I picked it up because it was on the way home, and I was like, shit, I'll get it. And then her dog likes In-N-Out. Well, better. But her dog, I get him a puppy patty, and he goes crazy. But then I brought it back, and I gave it to her, and then she had, like, cottage cheese. She loves cottage cheese. And then she's pregnant. Dude, maybe, I don't know. Holy shit. I didn't think about it. Oh, man. Ah! But she, like, straight up, I went, I took a shower. I come out, and then she's like, yo, try this. I'm like, no. That's disgusting. Yeah. You've tried it but don't like it? It's extra protein. You use cottage cheese in smoothies? Oh, that sounds delicious. Yo, that's crazy. On tamales? I think I can vibe with that. Yo, Dominion, little popper. Baby popper, melting. I know, cut to Josh secretly has 12 kids. Last time, a couple weeks ago, you were like, Josh secretly got married. He's already married. I guess we'll never know. It's the #1 champion now. Yeah, the long term, it doesn't go down. We the hottest in the world right now. Just ask Trump at every speech. And we got health care. But a lot of people seem to not care. We just sold out all the long term. Hey me on the month, I want to save that 10. I really want to hold long term with you. You should buy American stocks. American stock. I'm sorry. ESTA? Establishment Labs. It's popped. It's $1. So that's like 1.5%. It's just not loading. Judge says Dominion can resume wind projects halted. Oh, you had that from the other one earlier. That might go, and then ESTA, but I don't know how much it'll move. Yeah, the news even dried up a little bit. I don't know. If you end up trying a fucking burger with cottage cheese, let me know. I didn't try it. I was not feeling it. D is off the energy project. The last company that got it wasn't publicly traded, so they could pretty much continue. If you really want to know if it'll have follow through, just go quickly and see how big that wind project is. I have zero context on it. I just know the past news on the other one. I want to hold long term. Biohaven, and a lot of things are kind of NBY, don't tell me that was on that fucking list. Hold on. NBY, kind of ramping up, 50%. It's pharma. Nova Bay. No, okay, nothing today. That's really weird. Yeah, there's nothing on Nova, but that's going up. Even at a breakout level. You didn't know what cottage cheese was till today? Wow, really? I just don't. I'm not a fan of cottage cheese, but like I feel like back in the day, just I don't know. I feel like I've seen it everywhere. There was a time where people like loved cottage cheese with like those little fruit sides. It was like Chobani before Chobani. like those little flip cups, but it was like cottage cheese. And then I'm pretty sure Oprah was like, it has a lot of sugar, stop eating it. And then everyone said, oh my gosh. Yeah, right? Wasn't that like back in, I swear that was like everywhere. But maybe if you're only 22, like that might be an old person thing. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. How do you calculate the ratio of growth versus dividend in your portfolio? It's not really sophisticated, but just literally what pays a dividend and what doesn't. Obviously, it's deeper than that, but that's a pretty good start. So if you have $50,000 in your portfolio, if, check the value of what they're at. If 25,000, pay dividends and $25,000 worth doesn't pay dividends, then you will be at 50-50, right? And then just divide the amount. You could go to the dividend view, go to dividend view, and it'll show you all the dividend stocks, and then just calculate that amount and then divide it by total portfolio value. Again, it's not sophisticated, but that's a good way to separate growth and value, more or less. And remember, don't fall for dividend traps. Anything that pays above 7, really, that's what you got to watch out for. The higher the yield, the higher the risk. Anything that offers you high yield comes at the cost of equity and equity stability. Curd side? I don't like the word curd. You guys keep saying curd with cottage cheese. And then like cheese curds. It sounds like a little shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like when I take a dump and those little ones that come out, I think it's a curd. It sounds just gross. A curd. Blech. It occurred to me. I really want SMCI is on the high. Curdled. Ugh. Is USAR going up? Or check Sermal and all those? On the there was Greenland comments. Trump, I respect the fact that all scheduled hangings were set to take place yesterday were canceled by Iran. Thank you. Carnivore diet. Oh yeah, wasn't that really popular last year or like 2 years ago? But that's good. I've heard great things about it. APLD. Dude, we're just chilling at VWAP after all of that. What a day. What a day, my friend. What a day. The morning was still exciting though. We got to snake get a couple out there. Twitter's still down. I really want to long-term with you. East Alaska will be ours. Oh, that's a turd, not a curd. You see why I came to that conclusion? I think you understand it. She said it's social media diet nonsense. She's a dietitian for context. I've heard both on it. I've heard, or is the carnivore one where you only eat meat, right? I remember people were like obsessed with it. And I think some people it's had good effects, but then some people say it's not really about that. LAC going up. Let's see if those plays come up. LAR actually recovered a decent amount. IBRX, that was a great one. Palantir's still dropping, and then APP now on the low. MO. I like MO, man. Just TAP was like the new MO. If MO ever drops back to those like 40s or 50s, I'll buy it. And I know some of you think that won't happen, but it totally can. MO is a very, very bipolar stock when it gets in those downtrends, but we caught the uptrend pretty good. We got the stack dividends during the stability. But one of these days, unless they come out with new AI cigarettes. But yeah, MO is a great one. I'm glad we have it. I think that was a good one. But remember, that took a while. You guys remember when MO was like kind of dog shit? And like MO would do nothing for years? And then I was buying MO in 2022, I think. Even in 2021. That was even one of the first plays we got in the long term. I want to say that was like one of the first things we bought alongside ABVI. Yeah, that was the fourth stock we bought. Damn, what a setup. Spot, AT&T, IRM, MO, Snap, ABVI. Those are your first starting plays in the long term. No, I bought, even since 2019, we were buying MO. So then we stopped for a little bit because, again, it would do nothing and then other shit would outperform, right? That's why I always bring that up to you guys, because, like, sometimes it doesn't have to necessarily be bad, but, like, you'll buy it and then everything else that was good at a fair price starts running, and then you're sitting there and it's doing nothing. But then I did stack around it, and then even end of last year, 2 years ago now, we really bought that dip heavy. But that was because I was trying to build dividends. If you remember, that was my goal for the year on the long term. And I was saying, you know, that's when rates were still high and they were about to change. We wanted, you know, we secured our last pickup on MO was a 9 or 10% yield, which is amazing. But then now it doesn't yield that. But it's like, yeah, we did a lot of stacking on it. That's why MO is it's actually pretty big in the account. MO is our fourth largest stock because of the stack, the dividend, the reinvest. But then like Intel was big, had a big gain. ABVI was killer with dividend, and then Spotify is a couple 100%. But at one point, MO was before all of these other ones grew, MO was like one of our biggest ones. MOs, and then again, we've collected a lot on it now. If you really think about it, with the yield, you've gotten year after year minimum 7%, and we've reinvested all of that. So we've gotten, I think, let's see, how many shares back have we gotten? And this is why too, if you guys don't know, the beauty of the long term and what you want to do, yeah. Oh, I don't want to calculate all of them. Kind of the same narrative, Tap. Yeah, people weren't smoking as much. They were saying weed or other smoking devices. It sucks. I don't like investing in it, but I don't think the shit is going to disappear. And then cash flow, if they make good money, you know, that's what I'm saying. That's where you get the value Oh, I got the link. Is this it?
Could you speak about your insurance business a little bit?
Just 2 minutes.
And also the market in Bermuda and how you see it. It's one of your potential markets.
Bermuda is simply a new competitor. They're not so new. I mean, there have been companies in Bermuda before, but in the last 15 months, 18 months, maybe there's been $4 billion plus raised, and because for tax reasons, maybe other reasons as well, but certainly for tax reasons, that capacity has been concentrated in Bermuda-based, Bermuda-domiciled reinsurers. But essentially there's no great difference between that type of competition and other reinsurers' competition, except for the fact that capacity is new and the money's just been raised, and so there may be some greater pressure on the managers of those businesses to go out and write business promptly than on somebody that's been around for 50 years. But it's no plus for us anytime new capacity enters any business that we're in, and that certainly goes for the reinsurance business. Reinsurance business, by its nature, will be a business in which some very stupid things are done en masse periodically. I mean, you can be doing dumb things and not know it in reinsurance, and then all of a sudden wake up and find out the money is gone. And it's what people have found out, and I used that line in the report a year ago. It's what people have found out who were speculating on bonds with low margins recently. That you don't find out who's been swimming naked until the tide goes out. And
Yeah, that's...
Essentially, that's what happens in reinsurance. You really don't find out who's been swimming naked till the wind blows something.
No, I like it when Munger... I'll find it for you. But there's one where Munger explains it, and it's just golden. Because he was talking about the bubble, pretty much. Over 25% are from the divvy. Brazil, Lula, tomorrow, Mercosur will make history in creating one of the world's largest free trade areas. I really want to long term with you. You could be my American stocks. Well, yeah, I just answered the question for you on dividends and value. Man, I like dividends. They're a good thing to have. Let me see. Dominion's coming down. That didn't have any follow through. Surprised is that VWAP, man. It's kind of slow. Vonderlame will frame lithium nickel rare earths projects. Oracle's climbing up a little bit. And then Ionic. That one's actually starting to go up again. That one held up. Again, that was part of the shit. And then Bank of America, and then LAC. And then PM, and then you'll probably have MO follow. OpenAI introduces ChatGPT Go, now available worldwide. The fuck is that? Is it like Pokemon Go? And then Sam Altman pop up, and then he chases you down with an electricity bill. Ah! Gotta catch 'em all. Gmap. Let me double check that one. That's halted pending news. Interesting. There's nothing else on it. They had a deal. Oh, they had something with J&J earlier. But yeah, Gmap halted pending news. Literally, it's only up 1. The ratio I said it's not sophisticated, but you can calculate your how many stocks pay a dividend versus not. So if you have $50,000 in your account, $25,000 worth paid dividends, you're at 50-50. And that's the simple way to get started with that. I've never heard of it. Not launching ads in ChatGPT yet, now offers 3 subscription tiers globally. And then Machado is meeting with White House panel on Tuesday, 5 p.m. That's Venezuela. Oil's been chilled. It did move a little bit, but remember, they did have a meeting, but they didn't announce it. Iran's still going up as well, too. Pokemon. ChatGPT Plus 20 a month, Pro at 200 to test ads in free tiers for logged in adults. ON and Nike likely to uphold sweeping tariffs report. That's a shift. See if they move. Again, next Tuesday. So next week we get a lot. You're even going to get to hear from the Supreme Court regarding Lisa Cook and the authority to fire some of these Fed people. But it's Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to do the exact same thing next week. You also get, Google's Google's reacting to that a little bit. It's baby, but you never know if people want to go a little cuckoo. So yeah, I looked at Meta, and Meta fucking, that was late, dude. Holy fuck. You reacted hella late to that, but they all just took it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. That might do what it did with NVIDIA the other day, where they kind of knife and then pop back up. Because again, I still think Gemini is way fucking better. Yeah, I use Gemini a lot more. I love Gemini, bro. It's still pretty fire. Remember, that was even end of last year, and they literally started taking titles away. Yeah, that was a really late reaction on that news. But I don't think it's going to have follow through. Maybe just expiration shenanigans. Dave. And then is Oracle right? Oracle's going up on it. Add dividend over a certain percentage. Yeah, you're so right. Because, yeah, technically Meta is a dividend stock. We got Meta at a really good price. So, ironically, I think we yield 5% on Meta, which sounds batshit insane. But I think we yield 3 to 5% on Meta, which is kind of nuts to think about. But yeah, I wouldn't really calculate Meta if that's something that you have, or like a Nvidia. But yeah, it's a very good point. You got oil rig count numbers too. So Oracle, that's why Oracle is front running that a little bit, but then all those social media ad names, they moved around on that headline. Long term on. All right, Chattadonia. Fitch ratings, global oil oversupply can offset output uncertainty in Iran and Venezuela. California, Newsom announces new funding for homelessness, press conference. Where did the money go? Yeah, TTD, they're like the ad server, but yeah, I think I like to say they do more like media stuff, like Netflix, TV and all that, but I know they do like ad delivery platforms too. But yeah, they are kind of going down, and they're probably the weakest one out of all of them. That's even hitting a 52-week low. Yeah, so it's starting to move. Maybe. Watch for it. That one just because it's more vulnerable than like a Google. All right, Chad. Well, I hope you had a good day. Had a lot of opportunities to learn, get some exposure. A lot of stuff we talked about, man. Beginning of the year. You got a jump start on them today. Shout out to space stocks and everything else in between. But Chad, it's time to go to Philo. So if you don't want to hear me talk about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to come. But then again, I mean, you're probably a boomer if that's the case. So, you know, if you're still in your 20s, maybe even your 30s, I don't think you've lived enough life yet to get pissed off at people having their own beliefs. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? I love you and God bless you. So we've had a good day. And like I said, you've been exposed already to a lot of different information today. You got some stuff real early too. So if you want to keep going, you can. If not, no one's going to make you do anything. We're going to switch the videos. So you got to click on it and go to the next video. I do it so it's easy to organize, but you all have access to it. No excuses. Yeah, the market, remember, market is closed on Monday. So we're just going to ride through the rest of the day and we'll see what happens. Yeah, TTD popping on it now. So there you go. But yeah, I will see you there. God bless you. God bless America. I'll post the link in the chat. And have a wonderful weekend. If I don't see you, man, have a wonderful long weekend, man. Woo! Peace.